Hello everyone. Welcome to a class of DaVinci Resolve tutorial for learning video editing. So if you're planning to learn video editing, then you are in the right place because in this class, we will cover everything to get you started with DaVinci Resolve. So let's take a look what you learned from this class. Introduction to DaVinci Resolve, installing and creating a new project, understanding the workspace and importing the media files, editing the workspace, the source window, about the timeline, editing tools, the inspector panel, transition effects in DaVinci Resolve, video effects in DaVinci Resolve, editing the audio, creating titles and lower thirds, doing keyframe animation, color grading in DaVinci Resolve, and lastly, we'll see about exporting your file. After completing this class, you will be able to understand the interface, learn basic editing techniques, do color correction and color grading, do audio editing, learn about exporting and saving your file. And this is a project based class. So during learning, you will have class project. So what you learn, you will be able to participate in class project and you can do practice while you're learning. You will have supporting resources in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning DaVinci Resolve for video editing together. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number one as we are getting started with DaVinci Resolve over here. So first I'll be giving you guys an introduction to what DaVinci Resolve is, how you will be able to get benefited with the use of DaVinci Resolve in your video editing work. So we'll be learning about all of this over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that we'll be getting started with DaVinci Resolve and it is a beginner's guide. Okay. So if you don't have any previous experience in DaVinci Resolve or any kind of video editing software, this is a perfect course for you because you will be able to video edit your video. You will be able to do a lot of things like color grading. There are different features in DaVinci Resolve like Fusion, okay, which is not available in other video editing software. So we'll be talking about all of these things over here. So let's see what are the usage of this DaVinci Resolve. So here, welcome you all to the DaVinci Resolve, and in this guide, we'll be basically exploring the basics of DaVinci Resolve for video editing. So as I was telling that whether you are a beginner or you're looking to switch from another software, okay? So let's say you were using Adobe Premiere Pro before, okay? So that is a video editing software as well. Now you're planning to move on to different software or you're trying to learn about different software, but this is the right course for you. Okay, so here we've got you covered. So let's see what all we'll learn over here. So firstly, we'll be setting up DaVinci Resolve. Okay, and before diving in, we need to make sure to download and install DaVinci Resolve. Okay, and once you have installed, we'll take a quick tour of the interface to familiarize yourself with the layout and the features. Okay, so once you get familiar with the interface and once you're familiar with the workspace, the software it becomes quite easy for us to learn. Okay, so whether it's a video editing software or whether it's a graphic designing software, the basic is get familiar with the interface and with the workspace. Okay, because once you're familiar with all of those, it's quite easy for us to understand that how this basic software works. Okay, how it is different from any other software. What are the options available over here? So we'll be learning about all that over here. And next thing, we'll also be learning how you will be able to import media files. Okay, so it might not be the same of how you used to do in other video editing software like Final Cut Pro, or there is different software like Adobe Premiere Pro, okay, Filmora. So here it's not the same. So we need to understand how you will be able to import your video and audio files into DaVinci Resolve. And it's quite important that when you're working in DaVinci Resolve, you organize your media into bins. Okay, so what are bins basically? So bins are nothing else but it's just folders. Okay, so each and every folder, let's say you do have 10 audios and you do have 10 videos, so you can just segregate those into two different bins. Let's say you name one as videos and the other as audios, so it will be quite easy for you to navigate throughout. Okay, so as I've told you that you need to organize your media into bins and get ready to start editing your project. Okay. So about importing media and also about how you will be able to work over here, how the interface work, how the workspace basically works. We'll be learning about all of these things. Okay. Once we dive deep into our classes, and we'll also be learning about the basic editing tools. Okay, so we'll discover the essential editing tools, such as how you will be able to cut your video, how you will be able to trim down your video. And if you're familiar with any kind of video software before, you guys know that cutting and trimming are not the same thing. Okay, so we'll also learn in detail about why it's not the same, and also we'll learn how you will be able to add transitions in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so if you have two videos, you want to put up a transition that it looks quite smooth, I'll also show you how to do that over here. So these tools basically will help you to craft your video project with ease. Okay, it will actually make your video more appealing and more attractive to your viewer. Okay, so you will be able to use these things in detail. Okay, and also DaVinci Resolve is basically known for its color correction and also the color grading. Okay, so for my personal experience, I suggest that if you're working on with color grading or color correction, DaVinci Resolve is the best available software till today that helps you to color grade your video footage or your image footage in your video quite well. Okay, so color grading is a must to learn once you're learning DaVinci Resolve, because it provides you with the best color grading software and also the best color grading features. Okay, so we need to understand the power of DaVinci Resolve in color correction and color grading, which basically enhance the visual appeal of your videos, and it actually gives them a professional look with advanced color tools. Okay, so we'll be learning about color correction, color grading in detail as well. Okay, and also we'll be learning how you will be able to add different kind of effects, and also how you will be able to add up titles. Okay, so once we are talking about titles, we will also learn that how you will be able to use the text. Okay, whether it be a title or it be a lower third or any kind of text which you do want to put into your video, we'll be learning about that. So we'll explore the creative side of video editing by adding effects and titles to your project in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so it will make your videos stand out with stunning visual elements. Okay, so we'll also learn about those things in detail. And next thing is audio editing and mixing. Okay, so audio editing is also quite important. Let's say you do have a video, but the quality of the video in the quality of the audio in your project is not that great. So it won't be that appealing to your viewer, or let's say to your client, because once the audio is not that great, it actually decreases the quality of your video at once. Okay, so we need to make sure that the way we are working on the video footage, the same way we need to make sure that my audio is up to the mark. Okay, so here we'll learn how to work with audio in DaVinci Resolve, how you will be able to adjust the audio levels, how you will be able to add up a music, and also apply different kind of audio effects to ensure your videos look and sound as good as they look. Okay, so that's about that. And I hope you guys do have got a basic idea of how you will be able to start working in DaVinci Resolve. So in next class, we'll show you that how you will be able to install DaVinci Resolve from your browser, and also how you will be able to create up a new project. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, where I'll be installing and creating a new project. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to install the DaVinci Resolve software, and also how to get started with this particular software. So before getting started, you need to know how to create up a project where you'll be saving all your resource files, and also the main project, okay, in which you're going to work on, because later you're going to export that same particular file as the final project. Okay, so we'll be learning about all these things over here in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So to download DaVinci Resolve, you can go to any browser, whatever you're using, as I'm using Chrome right now. Okay. So the thing what you guys can basically do over here is come into your search bar, and from there, make sure that you search for DaVinci Resolve. Okay. So let me search for that over here. And as you guys can see, on my screen, I do have all of these options over here for DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so the first thing what you need to do is you need to go to this particular website. Okay, so this is the Blackmagic Design. So DaVinci Resolve is a software by the Blackmagic Design. So for that, you just need to click on DaVinci Resolve over here, and this is basically the home page of the DaVinci Resolve, and it is a software by the Blackmagic Design. And here you guys can see you do have this footage which is done basically by DaVinci Resolve. Here you guys can see why it's quite popular for its color grading. Okay, so here you guys can see you guys can make cinematic shots, you guys can make cinematic color grading over here. Okay, and if you do come down over here, you guys can see that you do have the option of free download. Okay, so if you want to download this one for free, you guys can come here and click on free download now. And once you click that, you will have this particular option over here. So they're asking that which particular one do you want to use? Okay, do you want to use the 18.6? Okay, and for what device? Are you using a Mac OS or an Apple product, or you do have a Linux PC, or you are using a Windows? Okay, so let's say I am using a Windows for now, and if I just click on Windows, a file will get downloaded, which I need to later on actually save that. Okay, so if I just click on Windows, basically it will just download me a page over here, and also they're asking me to register. Okay, so once you click over here, you guys can see that you need to put on all your details over here. You need to put on your country, the phone number and stuff, and also if you want to share anything about the product, you guys can come here and you guys can actually share your experience with the Blackmagic website itself. Okay, and also you guys can recommend that what are the features that they should add. Okay, so they also take suggestions from you. And once you're done, you guys can just click on register and download from here. Okay, and if you want to take the premium version, you guys can see if you do want to buy, it's $295 for a year. Okay, so if you do want to see more about what it provides, you guys can come here and you guys can check what's new in this version. Okay, so here you guys can see what are the versions and what all is new over here. Here you guys can see that you guys will be able to collaborate in the cloud space. And also here you guys can see they do have Blackmagic proxy generator. They do have the Blackmagic cloud camera sync, which is not available in the previous versions. Okay, so you guys can come here and check all those things out. And if you do want to check anything about the fusion page, or if you do want to check anything about the coloring page, you guys will be able to see all those things over here as well. Okay, again, let's go to the overview page, and if you come down here, you guys can see different kind of news and why it is mostly used in the Hollywood movies. Okay, and different kind of movies, so you guys can check all these things out right from over here. And if you just go through all these details which are provided over here, I am sure that you guys will also get a basic idea of what DaVinci Resolve is, how it actually works, how many pages they do have, what are its features. Okay, but in total, we'll be learning about that in detail into this particular chapter. You can also do motion graphics, you can do some work with the VFX as well over here using the Fusion page. And yeah, I hope you guys do have understood that how you will be able to install DaVinci Resolve. So as I've already installed DaVinci Resolve from before, I will just cancel this particular part and let's come here. And from here, let's open up the DaVinci Resolve application. Okay, so it might take some time. Okay, and for me, I am using the 18.5 version. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically check out which is the latest version for you. Okay, so most of the things will remain the same, but few other things might change with the version. Okay, so as you guys can see right now over here on my screen, I do have a popped up page. Okay, and over here into this page here, you guys can see the first thing which I have over here is the untitled project. Okay, so this is the project. If I do want to create up a new project, I can just click over here and click on to new project option. And let's say I do have worked in one file previously, and now I want to open up the same file and I want to continue working on that particular file. So in that case, if you just click on open, okay, you will be redirected to this particular page, and from here you can go to file, and from file you guys can actually import that particular file or open that particular file in which you are working on. Okay, so again, if you do want to cut this one, let's come here and let's just close this thing down. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just close this thing down as well. Let's come here, let's click on to DaVinci Resolve again. Okay, again, I am just opening up this particular file. Okay, let's wait for it me to show the home page again. Okay, so I'll just wait over here. And that was about opening up a new page, and this is of creating a new page. If you want to export anything, if you do have anything in your recent files, you guys can export it from here. And also you do have the option for importing as well. Okay, so here if you do want to see your projects in this particular view, you guys can come here and you guys can actually view it quite like this. And also over here, you guys can see there is an option known as the local database. Okay, so let's say, why do we use local database? Let's say I do have 5 of us. We are working on a single project. Okay, so it's a team project, right? So over here, you guys can actually create a local database where you guys can, multiple of you can work in the same file altogether at once. Okay, so if you want to add it, if you want to add members into your local database, you guys can actually add, you guys can create one, and if others want you to join in their local database, they can also invite you. Okay, so there are these particular options on top here. You guys can see you do have the sorting options here. If you do want to restore anything, you guys can restore. And if you do have a lot of local databases, in that case, you guys can also search by their particular name. Okay, so again, I will just click over here. Now I don't see the local database page. And on top here, you guys can see if you want to add up any folder where you want to save up all your recent works, you guys can come here, add up a folder. And over here, if you want to copy any of your project, you guys can come here and you guys can copy your project to a particular location. And using this slider, you guys can zoom in, zoom out. Here you guys can see once I zoom in, my this particular icon or the project is getting bigger. Okay, and if I do have any kind of project, let's say if I just hover my mouse over this particular project, then I will be able to see the preview of the project in which I worked on. Okay, and also here you do have the sorting order, how you want it to sort. Do you want it to sort in a ascending order or in a descending order? You guys can check about that as well. Here you will be able to see all the details about your project. Over here they'll ask you that how you want to view. Do you want it in a list view? Here you guys can see you will have it in a list view as well. But for me, I will just keep this one up in a grid view itself. Okay. And on top, you do have this network options. Let's say if you're collaborating with other creators or other editors, you guys can actually do that. And here you guys can see you do have this cloud account as well. Okay. So if you are a premium user of the DaVinci Resolve, you will basically get Blackmagic Cloud Space, okay, where you will be able to save all your work, okay, all your datas, and you will be able to collaborate with a lot of creators as well. So first thing first, I will create up a new document. So for that, if I just click here once, and let's say I will just click on new project, and they'll ask me that what do I want to name this one? So let's say I will name this one as creating a project. Okay, so let's come here. Let's name this one as creating a project, and I will just click on to create. Okay, so once I've clicked on create on my screen, you guys can see I do have this particular page. Okay, so this is basically the workspace in which I am going to work over here. So at first it might look quite messy and you guys might get confused, but once you move deep into the class, you guys will know that it is not quite hard. Okay, so for that I will just come here and let me show you guys about this 6 pages. So this is the media page, this is the cut page, this is the edit page, this is the fusion, the color grading, the fairlight, which is about the audio, and lastly here we do have the deliver page. Okay, so in next class we'll be learning about these things in detail. Okay, so these are the 7 page which are quite useful and the mostly used things. Whether you are using a Mac or you're using a Windows, you will mostly have a workspace or interface quite like this. And also it depends on the type of PC you're using, what is the screen size. Okay, if your screen size is bigger, maybe you will see few of the other options, okay, few more options over here. So I do have already created a project. Okay, so now let's say I want to actually put up a preset over here. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is I need to come here onto the file option, and from the file option I need to go here into the project settings, and the shortcut key for that is shift plus 9 from your keyboard if you're using a Windows. Okay, otherwise if you're using a Mac, it's option plus 9 from your keyboard. Okay, let's click on project settings over here. And once you click on project settings here, you guys can see what is the resolution. Okay, so here you guys can see it is in HD. And if you want to come here, if you want to check out other presets, you guys can come here and check. These are the different presets available right over here. Okay, so you guys can come here, check all those things out. You guys can also come here and you guys can actually put it manually. Okay, if you don't want the presets, let's say I will come here, I will put 1940 into 1020. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just put 1020 over here, And I have just made changes over here in these particular values. But here in my timeline resolution, you guys can see it had turned from 1920 into custom. Okay, so it shows me that now I do have a custom timeline format. Okay, so again, if I do want to go back to the same way how it was before, let's go to 1080 into 720. Okay, so let's come here, 720p, and again, it's back. And also over here, you guys will be able to select what is going to be the aspect ratio. Okay, so here you guys can choose the aspect ratio from here itself. You guys can choose that for your timeline, how many FPS you want your video to be. Okay, so frame per second, and the short form is FPS. So let's say if you do have a video of 10 seconds, okay, so in that 10 seconds, in each seconds, you will have 24 frames. So videos are basically nothing else, but video basically shows you so many images at the same time that it actually feels that it's moving and it do have a motion. Okay. So it actually makes us believe that we are looking at something which is basically moving. Okay. So when you are shooting any kind of video, it actually takes each and every frame. Let's say in 1 second, that would take 24 frames of the scenario and actually view that 24 frames to you in one particular second. And once you see so many frames at 1 second, it feels like a motion. Okay, so that's how a video is made. And also here you do have the playback frame rate, which is 24 as well. I can come here and I can basically choose that how many frames per second do I want from here. Okay, so you guys can come here, choose if you're looking for any slow-mo video, you guys can choose the frame rate accordingly. Let me take this 25 frames per second. That was about the timeline format. If you come down here, you guys can see you also do have different features, okay, and also different advanced features of creating a new project. Okay, once we move deeper into our classes, we'll be learning more about that. Okay, here you do have image scaling, you do have the color management, and once you're happy with all of these options, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on save. And over here in my preview panel, you guys can see I do have already created this particular project. Okay. And on top, you guys can see that I also do have the name of the project, which is creating a project over here. And also, from here, you guys will be able to import your media. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys will be able to import your media into this media panel. And if you come here into collections, you guys can see that you do have a lot of options over here. If you just double click into video clips, you guys can come here and these are few of the smart bins. Okay, so you guys can actually save up those things quite easily right over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to install DaVinci Resolve and also how you will be able to create up a new project, how you'll be able to set up the frames per second, how you will be able to set up the frame, okay, at what preset you are going to work on. Do you want to customize it or not? We have learned about that. So in next class, we'll be understanding about the whole workspace over here, how you will be able to work in a particular workspace. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 3, where we'll be understanding about the workspace. Okay, so as I've already told you that once you're familiar with the workspace, the software will basically look quite easy for you to navigate and work through. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so mainly we are going to talk about the workspace over here, okay, to get you guys familiar with the workspace. So let's get started. Okay, so on top, as you guys can see, you do have a lot of options right over here. Okay, so this is basically called as the menu bar. And under menu bar here, you guys can see I do have, if I do want to create a new project instead of this one, okay, I will be able to create up a new project. If you do want to save this project which you have worked on, you guys can save the project. If you want to save this project and want to rename it at the same time, make sure to choose the save project as. Okay, and here you do have the import option. Here also you guys can see if you do want to export anything, you guys can come here and you can export your things up. And also you do have under edit, you do have undo, redo if you want to see the history. And if you want to select all of these object in your timeline, you guys can also do that. Here are a lot of options, okay, which we'll learn once we move deeper into our classes. Okay, and in DaVinci Resolve, okay, these are the 7 options which you need to basically focus on. Okay, so the first thing is importing a media. Okay, so let's start with importing a media. So once you're over here in this particular page, you will see that you have all the drives which you have in your PC over here, from where you guys will be able to upload your file. Okay, let's say you do have your file in the E drive. Okay, so in that case, I will come here onto the E drive, and from here, I will be able to select the project using which I want to work on. So let's double click over here, and you guys can see I do have already segregated this one as the audios, the images, the videos, and I do have this particular logo. Okay, and if you do want to increase the size of this icon, you guys can see on top I do have this particular slider. If I just move this one on top, you guys can see now I am able to view all of these folders quite large. Okay, but if I do want to decrease the size, again I can decrease the size quite like this. Okay, and from here, let's say if I just double click, you guys can see I do have a lot of videos using which I can work on. And here, if I just click once onto that particular video, you guys can see I am able to see a small preview of the video using which I am going to work on. Okay, you guys can see this is the total duration. Okay, if you want to bring it right over here, okay, this is the first frame of the video, and this is basically the last frame of the video. Okay, so there are different ways of how you will be able to import. Once you are over into your videos, you guys can come here and simply drag and drop it over here in your media pool. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's say you want to drag this one over here into the media pool, and you guys can basically work on over here. Okay, so you guys can actually import this particular videos by just dragging and dropping. Okay, and again over here, let's say you want to upload the whole folder itself. Okay, you guys can come back, and you guys make sure that you guys just hold this thing up right over here, and the whole folder will basically get uploaded. Okay, so make sure of that. What do you want to do? Do you want to upload this whole folder altogether, or do you want to upload individually each and everything? Okay, so you guys can come here, you guys can actually get a preview of how it actually looks. You guys can just hover your mouse and see what kind of video you do have over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can just hover your mouse quite like this. Let's take this particular video, and if you want to add it into media pool, there are other ways. Just right click on the video, and from here you guys can see you do have the option of add into media pool. Okay, so once you add this into the media pool, here basically you will have a pop-up window quite like this, which says the selected clip have a different frame rate to the project. Would you like to change your timeline frame rate to match? Okay, and under option you do have 2 options. Okay, so one is don't change, and the other one is basically change. Okay, so to understand that, let's come here, let's just go back over here. Okay, so I will just click on don't change, and here you guys can see now I do have my video right over here in my media pool. Okay. So in that case, now if you do want to delete it as well, right click and you guys can delete it from here. Otherwise, select this particular media and click on to the delete button from your keyboard. Okay. So let's say I want to take multiple files from here. I will just drag this one down over here, add into media pool. I will just click on don't change or change from here. Okay. It totally depends on you. So let's say I will just click on change and again I will come here and I will just delete this footage. Okay, let's select this one. Let's delete this footage. So now again from here, let's just drag and drop this video. And now I will click on don't change over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can create, because if you come here, if you click onto this video, here you guys can also see what is the detail of this particular clip. Okay, you guys can see what is the frame rate over here. And also on top, you guys will be able to see that what is the resolution of this particular video, and here is the frame per second. But the project which I had created, if you go into file, if you go into project settings, here you guys can see the timeline resolution is 1280 into 720. Okay, and the timeline frame rate is 29.97 frames per second. Okay, so if I come here and if I just cancel this thing now, you guys can see both of this won't basically match. Okay, so in that case, they will show me that particular warning sign from where I will be able to select, do I want the existing frame rate or the one which I had created manually from my DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so let's take out other videos. Let's come here and let's drag these things out. Let's come here and let's drag this video over here as well. Okay, so now over here I do have this for videos. If I do want to see up a preview, I can just click here over once and I can basically see the preview here in my source monitor. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically see up a preview as well. And here, if you just hover your mouse over onto this media folders, you guys can come here and you guys can work on with that. Okay, so if you want to come here, want to create up a new bin, you guys can also do all of that over here. So this was about the media page. And now let's move on to this cut page over here. Okay, so once you come here into the cut page, you guys can basically see that over here in my media handle, I do have this all videos. Okay, here in my master page option. Okay, so let's come here and if you want to import or let's say if you want to trim. So mostly we don't use this option much because the same thing you will be able to do over here into the edit page as well. But to just give you guys an intro about what it is and in what cases you guys will be able to use that. Let's say you do have multiple videos, okay, multiple footages. So in that case, you guys can come here, drag this over here into your timeline. Okay, let's come here, let's drag this over here on my timeline again. So let's come here, let's drag this one down here onto the timeline. And here you guys can see our timeline is basically created. Okay, so we'll be talking about timeline in detail. And let's say if I come over here and I want to add another footage. Okay, so let's come here and let's add another footage over here as well. Okay, so let's come here, let's bring my playhead at the end. Okay, let's come here, let's bring my playhead from here to the last. I just have to make sure that I drag this playhead. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can move this playhead from here as well. So over here now I want to add up another video. So this is how you guys can basically add up another video. The same way you guys just drag this one, come here down. And over here again, you guys can basically add this particular video as well. Okay, so now over here underneath, you guys can see that I am not able to view all of this at once. But on top, as you guys can see, I do have another timeline where I'm able to see all of this over here in detail. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have these footages, and if I want to change up the spacing, I can come here and I can just change the spacing. Now you guys can see this first video. Okay, this particular video is at first now, and this one is in second. So the same way, if you just move this particular playhead, you guys can see this particular timeline is also being moved. Okay, and individually, if you want to trim this thing down, you guys can come here and you guys can basically trim this thing down quite like this right over here. Okay, and this was basically about the cut page. Okay, and if you do want to come here, and if you want to add up a new bin, you guys can come here, click on add bin, and let's say I want to name this one as videos. Okay, so let's come here, let's name this one as videos. And once you have saved this, let's say what I can do is I will come here, I will just select all of this, and I will just drag and drop this over here into my bin. Okay, so once you have so many videos, it's quite hard for you to understand which video you will use in what particular place. So it's quite handy and quite useful once you organize your workspace. Okay, so it is about this particular cut page right over here. If you do want to trim it down, if you want to cut anything, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can cut and trim. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have the split clip option, and here the ripple is basically on. Okay, so if you come here and if you do want to on the ripple, you guys can come here and you guys can turn on the ripple mode. And if you do have any kind of audio over here, you guys can come here, and if you do want to mute the track or if you want to disable it totally, you guys can come here and you guys can disable it properly as well. Okay, so this was about this cut page over here. Now let's come here onto the edit page. Okay, so over here, this is the most important page, and this is the page where we'll be spending most of our time. Okay, so the first thing, if you guys can see, this is basically the source monitor. Okay, so this is the source monitor right over here where you will be able to view all of these videos, okay, which you are going to work on. Okay, so if you just click over here once, you guys will be able to see that you do have all of these videos over here. This is the timeline from where I will be able to add different kind of videos. If I want to put up 2 or 3 footages, I can come here and I can also do that from here itself. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on fit in the timeline. Now I am able to view all the 3 videos over here in my timeline. And now if I want to view my timeline in a bigger way, let's say I will come here and I will just turn off the media pool, and here you guys can see now I am not able to see my media pool right over here, but instead I am able to see my source monitor, and over here I am also able to see this preview window. Okay, so here only the magic will take place where you will be able to cut. Okay, you will be able to put on different clips, you will be able to put on the audio which you like. Okay, and also over here, you guys can see you do have this audio options. So if you just click over here once, you guys can see that you do have this audio functions right over here itself. And if you want to zoom in the timeline, zoom in and out, you guys can come here and manually zoom in and zoom out the timeline right over here. And again, if I do want to check my media pool, let's come here, click on media pool. And here you guys can see under the videos folder or the video bin, I do have 4 of this video. Okay. And here this is the smart bin. Let's say if you do have actually come here and now you want to see what are the video clips do I have. Okay, so under video clips here you guys can see I do have this 4, and if I come here click on audio only, you guys can see that I don't have any audio yet over here. Okay, and I didn't segregate or created the bin according to myself, but over here the smart bin option, what it does is if you just import any kind of video, it recognizes what kind of file it is and it segregates them accordingly. So if it's a video clip, it will just save it up in the video option. If it's an audio clip, it will set it up in the audio clip option. If you do have any kind of effect, any music, any dialogue, okay, and if you do have different kind of files, okay, which it is not able to understand what kind of file it is, then it will just save it under the uncategorized option. Okay, So this is about this edit page over here. Okay, so let's say once you're done editing, you do have put on all the images, you do have put all of the audios over here. Now what you want to do is you want to come here and you want to work on with motion graphics and also VFX. So in that case, here you guys can see this is one of the nicest and best feature of the DaVinci Resolve, which is known as the frames. Over here, you guys can see now I am able to check out here in my inspector panel. Okay, and also you guys can see I do have this particular nodes. Okay, so these things are basically called nodes. And over here, you guys might see more options over here. And if you don't see more options, you guys can come here and you guys can actually set it up according well to yourself. Okay, let's say I want to see the metadata. I can come here, I can turn on the metadata. If I do want to see up the keyframes here, you guys can see I am able to see up the keyframes here in this particular workspace as well. Okay, so let's say if I want to come here, if I do want to increase the timeline size and I want to decrease this particular thing right over here, I can also come here and I can do that. So this is quite interesting, and here we'll be learning about that in detail, which is quite handy. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood over here till fusion. But for now, I'll be telling you guys that this is mostly used for motion graphics, and also it is used for any kind of VFX work, this particular fusion page. And now let's move on to the color page where you guys will be able to work with the color grading. Okay, so you guys might see this kind of interface at first. If you do want to change it, you guys can come here and you guys can change it accordingly. Okay, and if you see this keyframe option and if you want to see the scopes, you guys can come here and you guys can select this particular scopes, and here you guys can see you do have the color scopes as well. Okay, so here I will just turn it back on again, the keyframe option, and over here also you guys can basically work around. Okay, so we'll be learning about coloring as well. So these are few of the important features. If you do want to decrease the spacing, you guys can come here and decrease the spacing as well. Here you guys can see if you do want to zoom in and zoom out, you guys can come here, zoom in and zoom out to the footages accordingly. So here you guys can see individually each and every frame or each and individual project or this particular video I can work on with the color grading over here itself. Okay, so from here also, if you do want to see the media pool, you guys can come here, click on media pool, and you will have this video option. And under here, you guys can see I do have my media, which I do have uploaded. Okay, and over here, just now I will just click on clips and only I'm able to see the clips right now. And again, if I do want to turn off the media pool, I will come here, I will just turn off the media pool from here as well. Okay, so this was about color grading. From here, you will be able to do some color correction, some color grading, okay, of some high classes. Okay, and if you want to check out the effects, you guys can come here, click on the effects option, and here you guys can see you do have a lot of effects which you guys can basically work on while color grading. Okay, so I will come here, I will just deselect these things. Okay, let's say let's delete this one. And if you do want to move out the playhead, you guys can come here and move out the playhead as well. Okay, so I will just turn off the effects again. And here you guys can see if I do want to turn off the nodes option, I can turn off the nodes option as well. And if I want to turn on the timeline, which we have already seen over here in the cut page, that is the type of page which will also appear right over here as well. So over here, I'm also able to see the total duration of the video. Okay, and individually you guys can work on with the color modes over here. And once you're done with the coloring, you have worked with the motion graphics, you have worked with the VFX, you have done the color grading. Now comes the audio. Okay, so here the audio option is known as the Fairlight. So you guys can come here, click on to this audio option, and over here you will have a page quite like this. Okay, so over here you do have the mixer. If you do want to increase or decrease the noise level, you guys can come here, increase or decrease the noise level over here. Okay, And you guys can see you do have the sound library right over here itself. If you click here once, if you want to download the free sound library, you guys can come here. Let's click on download, and you guys can basically download the sound library, which will basically redirect you into their page, okay, into the Blackmagic or the DaVinci Resolve page. So you guys can download that particular thing right from here itself, okay. And once you're done with the audio, once you're done motion graphicing, once you're done color correcting, now the last thing is the deliver page. Okay, so this is also called as the export page over here. So here you guys can see on my left hand side, you guys can actually view that what I do want to name this file. Where do I want to save this file? Okay, and do I want it as a single clip, or I want to have those things as individual clips? And also you guys can see what is going to be the format, the resolution, how the frame rate is going to be. Okay, and also there are some advanced settings as well. You guys can come here and check those things out as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood about the six or the seven important pages in which we are going to work on in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, then again, if I come here into the media file, you guys can see I do have this metadata option. Okay, let's say I will just click over here, and over here into the metadata option, I will be able to see all the information of my video. Okay, so from here, I will be able to see all the information available for my video. Okay, and if I want to go to the inspector panel, you guys can see all the values related to the video selected on my frame. I will be able to change that. If I do want to transform it, do I want to crop it? I can basically crop it. If I do want to put out any kind of transition, I can also put out kind of transitions over here itself. Okay. So that was about this particular thing. And last down, you guys can see as I do have all of these options. Okay. Let's say I don't want to view all these things options. I want it to hide. Okay. Because sometimes it might create some confusion when you are working over here in the timeline. So in that case, what you guys can do is you guys can go to the workspace, and from here, make sure to turn off the show page navigation option. And now if you just take a look underneath, you guys won't be able to see the 7 pages options right over here. And again, the same way, if you do want to view those things up, let's go to the workspace again, and let's click on show page navigation, which again shows me these 7 pages. Okay, so that is about the workspace. And also, if there are different options, if you do want to reset the UI layout, you guys can also do that. So sometimes what happens is if you do want to work over here, you guys can actually decrease the spacing just by dragging. Okay, if you do want this media file to be less, you guys can come here, and once you have that kind of arrow on your screen, it shows that you guys will be able to work over here. So as I have increased the size over here on top, let's go to workspace. And from here, if you want to reset the UI layout, you guys click on reset UI, and it will be back at the same UI which you have started working on. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you do want to switch the pages instead of over here, let's say my show page navigation is turned off, but now I want to go from my media page to my other pages. So in that case, go to workspace, go to switch to page, and from here, you guys can see, you guys can check out in what page do I want to go. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is shift plus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 accordingly. And also, if you want to click on show page, and if you want to directly see up any page, let's say I want to go with the Fusion, you guys can come here, and you guys can actually work on with the Fusion page over here. Okay, so let's come here, and now let's go to workspace. I will just click on show page navigation. Now over here, I don't have my Fusion page over here available as well. Okay, so now to go back again, I will just go and check this show page option. Let's turn on the Fusion. Let's go to workspace, switch to page. And from here, now let's go to the edit page option. So this is how you guys will be able to work over here And under effects, you guys can see I do have all of these effects. Here you guys can see different kind of transitions, different kind of audio files as well. Okay, you guys can come here and let's say I will just turn it back off. Okay, you guys can turn it back on and off. Okay, so this was a brief introduction about the workspace. I hope you guys do have understood a little bit, but once we move deeper into our classes, each and every one of these options will become more clear to you. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, where we'll be importing the media files. Okay, so here in this particular chapter, I'll be showing you guys in detail about how you will be able to import your media files, the different options regarding that. Okay, so in last class, whilst I was talking about the workspace, I have showed you guys about the media page, how you will be able to do that. But here in this class, we will specifically talk about importing the media in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace and basically on the media page over here. So in last class, I have showed you that what are the different ways of how you will be able to import your media. Okay, so the simple way is just drag and drop. Okay, so if you just drag and drop your media, it will be basically imported. And if you want to drag and drop a file itself, you guys can come here and let's say I want to have this particular file. Okay, I can just drag and drop it directly over here. So for now, let's say I am not able to actually import this file. Why? Because in this particular folder, I don't have any items. So if I double click, you guys can see this is totally an empty folder. Okay. So over here from your PC, you won't be able to import any empty file. Okay. So that's the first thing. And also, if I want to come here, let's say I want to take this audio folder. And once I take this audio folder, you guys can see all the content which I had here in my audio folder is being imported over here as well. Okay, so that is how you guys can basically import these things over here. And now if you just right click and if you want to actually create some new bin for each and everything right over here, you guys can come here and you guys can click on new bin and it will basically create you up bins. Okay, so let's come here. Let's name this one as audios. Okay, so let's come here. I will name this one as audios. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to import all of this audio by just dragging and dropping it over here into my bin, or you guys can also call it as the folder. And directly, if you want to import any folder itself, you guys can right click. Then from here, you guys can just directly go to import media, which will redirect you into your page. And the same way, if you want to import a bin, you guys can come here and directly you can import a folder itself. Okay, so if you want to import a folder itself, you guys can come here and import a folder itself as well. So for me, let me come right over here and let me actually create or let me just actually line up my workspace. So I will just name this one as the videos over here. Okay. And what I'll do is I will just select all of this thing together at once. And now I will just drag and drop this one over here in my video spanner. So now again, let's come here. Let's go to new bin and I will name this one as images. Okay, so I will name this one as images. Let's drag and drop these images right over here into the images folder. Okay, so now if you come down over here, now if you just click on audio only under the smart bin option, you guys can see that I do have these 5 audios. If you come here and if you just go with video clips here, you guys can see I do have this 4 video clips right over here. And also if I just come here and let's say I will just go down into this particular collections. Let's go with music, effects, silence, uncategorized, subcategorized. You guys can see I don't have anything yet over there. Okay, so I will just close this thing down, and under keywords, I don't have anything as well. But under collections, you guys can see I do have all of these collections right over here. Okay, and also I do have all of these folders. Okay, so let's come here and let's just look at these all collections over here again. And if you do want to go back from collections, you guys can again see that I do have all of these three folders over here in which I can work on. So let me just decrease the size over here. Let me come here. Let me just close this thing down as well. Let's go to videos, and under videos, you guys can see I do have this particular three folders. Okay, so this is one way of how you will be able to import your media. And let's say if I go to file, and from here also I can basically import. Okay, so if you go to import, here you guys can directly import a bin, or if you want to actually import a media, you guys can directly come here and you guys can actually directly import your media over here as well if it's a single project. And also, let's come down and let's say if I just right click over here, if you want to import subtitles as well for any of your video, you guys can come here and you guys can actually import your subtitles, which you can use into your video itself. Okay, so this was about importing. Okay, and once you're done importing, if you come here, let's say if you go to your edit page, you will also be able to see a page quite like this. If you double click over here, then only you guys will be able to see all of those videos. And if you want to go back frame by frame, you guys can come here. Let's click on videos. And now under this videos option, you do have this three folder, which is one is audio, another one is videos, and the other one is images. So let's come here. Let's increase the smart bin size over here that I can view it properly. Okay, and now, if you don't want to view this particular part or this media folder, you guys can come here and you guys can just click onto the media pool, and you guys can see that now you do have this particular interface right over here. Again, let's go to this media folder file over here, and let's say I will just come here onto the videos, and I want to check out the details of this particular video. So here you guys can see I do have the clip details option. Let's turn off the audio, and now I am only able to see the metadata or the clip details. Here you guys can see what is the start point, what is the ending frame. You guys can see that how many frames does it have, and also what is basically the frame rate. Okay, and also the resolution of your screen. Let's come here. Let's close down the metadata. And once you have closed down the metadata, you guys are only able to see the source monitor and only the imported medias right over here. Okay, and under audio also, you guys can see that you do have all of this audio using which you guys can work on. Let's say you are working on multiple projects. Okay, so the usefulness of creating a bid is you guys can actually name those things accordingly. Let's say you do have five projects, and the timeline of that five project is day after tomorrow, so you guys can just segregate your work that you don't get confused and you don't mix up. Okay, so if your client gives you any kind of resources and they want you to edit a video for them, in that case you guys can actually segregate those work into particular bins or into particular folders. Okay, so that was about this media storage. This was the smart bin, which will actually recognize you what kind of files you have imported, and it will segregate them accordingly. And I have also showed you that if you want to do it manually, how you will be able to select these frames manually right over here. And under this master option, also under the videos, you guys can see I do have my timeline as well. Okay, so in one particular project, you guys can have multiple timelines, but in one timeline, you can't have multiple projects. So to understand about the timeline, you need to understand. So you can't have multiple project in one timeline. You need to understand it as a chapter of a book. Okay. So a book can have multiple chapters, but a chapter can't have multiple books. So that is the simplest example which I can give you over here. Okay, so that was about importing your media, and I have showed you guys different ways of how you will be able to import. If you want to create up a new bin, you guys can come here, create a new bin from here to segregate your work from the file option as well. Under the import option, you guys can see you guys can import all of these things over here. If you directly want to import a project which you have worked on before, you guys can come here, click on import project, which will redirect you into your PC. So if you click onto this here, you will be able to see that you do have any Resolve or DaVinci Resolve file or not, which will basically open up right over here. Okay, so that is about that. And if you want to create up a new timeline, you guys can come here and you guys can go to timeline and you guys can basically import or create up a new timeline over here as well. Okay, so you guys can basically come right over here, create up a new timeline over here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood of how you will be able to import media. I have showed you guys different ways to do that over here into this particular chapter. So in next chapter, we are going to learn how you will be able to set up your workspace, like how you'll be able to edit your workspace before starting on with your project. Okay. So, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So, now we are on our chapter number 5, where I'll be editing the workspace. Okay, so in last class, we have learned about the media page. Okay, but here we'll be talking about the edit page in where we'll be spending most of our times. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the media page over here. And in last class, I have showed you that how you will be able to segregate all of your works. Okay. And over here, you guys can see that I do have my files. Okay. I do have my images, I do have my audios and also my videos segregated quite properly. Okay. So now let's move on to the edit page right over here. And once you go over here onto the edit page, let's open my media pool from here. And over here, if you just look at this interface, you guys can see under this media file, I can actually import my media over here into my timeline. Okay, so over here, we have basically skipped this cut page. Okay, but I will just go in a brief because that is not quite important. And if you want to know a bit more over here, you guys can come here and I will just explain you a bit over here as well. Okay, so let's say I want to come here and I do have a video which is around 30 seconds. Okay, so let's say I will just click over here once and I will be able to view this over here into my timeline. Let's say I will come here and instead of this particular timeline, let's say I want to get this particular video, and over here of this particular video, once I double click, I only want 2 seconds of this 13 seconds video. Okay, if you want to do some major cut, here you guys can see this red color one is basically the playhead. And now I want to trim my video down. Okay, let's say I want the video over here, okay, of this particular place. Okay, only this particular place. So in that case, the different ways are there. I can just come here and I can just drag this one down from here. Otherwise, the shortcut way of doing this is make your playhead and click on I. Okay, so from your keyboard, if you just click on I, you guys can see I have actually select the in point over here. You guys can see this is the in point, and if I keep my playhead right over here and if I click on O, you guys can see now only this particular part of my whole footage will be imported right over here. Okay, so in that case, what I can do is I can come here, take this one, okay, and now from here, let's drag this one and let's drag and drop this one right over here. Okay, and you guys can see the total duration of this particular footage is around 12 seconds. Okay, so over here you guys can see it is around 12 and 3 frames. And once your video is ended, you guys will be able to see this kind of thing here in your source monitor. Okay, so if you do want to see a preview, let's move on to my playhead over here, and let's come here and let's play this thing up. And here you guys can see my video is basically being played right over here. If I want to stop it, I can come here and stop it. If I want to go and play in reverse, I can come here and play in reverse as well. Let's just pause this thing down. If you want to go back frame by frame or at the starting, you guys can come here and you guys can directly go on to the start point. And here, if you want to go here in the end point, you guys can come here and go to the end point itself if you want to trim up anything. Okay, so let's say now over here you want to import multiple footages. Okay, so of this particular video I want only 12 seconds, which I have already cut and put. But now I will just double click over here, and again I want to import a little part of this particular video. Let's say I want to come right over here. I want to select the in point over here and the out point right over here itself. Okay, so now once you're done, you guys can come here and you guys can drag this particular footage, and you guys can just bring it and just put it over here at last. Okay, so here now you guys can see that the total duration of this whole footage is changed to 14 seconds. Okay, so as you guys can see, the total duration have changed basically to 14 seconds. And if you move your playhead over here as well, otherwise using spacebar, you guys can actually play and pause as well. Okay, so once you are done, okay, once you have imported your media over here, you guys can come into this edit page. Okay, so if you have to do some major cutting or if you want to do some major trimming into a video, this one is important. But the same thing you guys can do from the edit page itself. So now let's come here and we will move on to the edit page. Okay, so this is basically known as the source monitor. We'll be learning about source monitor in detail. And also, let's say if I come right over here and at this particular point, let's say I want to import a video. Okay, so let's say I will just click onto this one, and from here you guys can see there are different options. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the smart insert, the append option, this is the repel override. If you want to insert this particular file in between, you guys can select that particular video and directly click on insert. Okay, and once you click on insert, you guys can see this video is also being inserted in between both of the videos which I had previously. Let's select this one and let's click on to the delete button from my keyboard, and that thing is being deleted over here as well. Okay, so let's come here and over here, let's go back onto the edit page. Okay, so once you're over here into the edit page, as you guys can see, this basic space is known as the timeline, and over here this particular space is known as the source monitor, and this one is known as the preview window. Okay, so now let's try to understand how it actually works. So once you have imported your media and once you come here into the edit page, you guys will be able to see that you do have all of your footages over here. Okay, you guys can come here, you guys can import that, and if you go to master, you guys can see that you already do have the timeline. Okay, so over here you guys can see I do have my timeline over here itself. Let's come here, let's deselect everything. Okay, and if you want to create new timeline using the selected bin, you guys can come here and you guys can create a new timeline. Okay, so you guys can work in multiple timeline into a single project. Okay, so let's try to understand this thing. So first thing is the media pool. Okay, from where you will be able to import your media. And once you have imported, what you guys can do is you guys can come here and see that particular thing into your source monitor or into your source window. Okay, so it will directly come here in the source window, And from the source window, what we will do is we will select what particular part do we want in our video. Let's say, let's come here onto this particular video from here, and you guys can see I do have it here in my source monitor. Okay, so I can check out, okay, at what particular part do I want of my video. Okay, and you guys can also see which you want. Do you want to see the audio track if you do have any audio, or do you want to see the offline if you want to see any animations? You guys can come here and check those things out. For now, I will select this one as the source monitor, and over here I will select this as the transform. Okay, so let's come here, let's just come here and let's deselect this one. Okay, I will come here. If you do want to play this thing up, you guys can come here and play this thing up from here itself. Let's come to my source window, and now I will just select the in point and out point. Let's say I want this particular part of the video, so I will just click on I over here, and now I will just play this thing using shift, and I want the video only till here. Okay, and again, what I'll do is I will click on O from my keyboard to actually see the in point and the out point. And once you're done, drag this one and drop it just over here. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can add your video right over here just beside. Okay, so once you're done, you have imported it here in the timeline. In this particular window, you will be able to see the final result. So let me tell you guys in a simple way again. From the media window, your footage will come into this source monitor. And once you have trimmed your video, bring this particular video into your timeline. Okay, and the final product you guys will be able to see over here into this preview panel. Okay, so you will be able to see this thing into the preview panel, and here you guys can see, as I only do have one timeline, I am able to see only timeline one option. Okay, so you guys can come here, and also if you do want to change up the name of the timeline, you guys can come here, and you guys can also change the name of the timeline from here itself. Okay, so if you do want to come here, turn it off, you guys can come here, click once, and it will be turned off again. Okay, so if you want to use anything, like if you want to work on with cropping, if you want to use the dynamic zoom option, you guys can select that and it will be applied accordingly. Okay, so once you have done with this particular part, let's say if you want to zoom in with your mouse, you guys can scroll in and zoom in into a particular place. Let's say I want to zoom into this particular place. I will just keep my mouse over here, and over here I will just zoom in, and here into this particular panel, you guys can see I am able to zoom in and see how it actually works. And also you guys can just move around this playhead over here just to see the whole preview. And if you guys just take a look, that if I just move my playhead over here, you guys can see the playhead in my source monitor is also moving. Okay, so for that, let's come here into the image option. And what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, and for images, you guys can directly import those images. Okay, so I will come here, let's say from my media panel, I will come here and I will just import this video or this footage right over here. Okay, and also if you want to see the details of any footage which you have imported, you guys can click on that footage, and let's go to the inspector or this metadata option, and you will be able to see the footage details. Okay, so here you guys can see the footage details, and from the inspector option, if you click on inspector option, if you do want to increase the size, okay, you guys can increase the size of the footage. If you do want to decrease the size of the footage, you guys can come here and you guys can decrease the size of the footage as well. So here you do have the cropping option, you do have the positioning option, you can actually zoom in, zoom out, and also if you do want to give any kind of rotation, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to see up the rotation as well. Let's turn off this option, and over here, as you guys can see, here in my preview panel, I am able to see how the final video or the final product will look like. But here in my source monitor, I am only able to see that the thing which I do have selected from my media panel. So let's try to understand this once again to make it simple. Okay, you guys might get confused a little bit at starting, but once you start working in DaVinci Resolve, it will be quite easier for you guys to relate. So from your PC, it comes, or the videos or the medias come into your media pool. From media pool, you guys get that into your source monitor. And from source monitor, once you have trimmed down your video, okay, you guys bring that video into your timeline. And from the timeline, whatever the product you have over here, you will be able to view that product into your preview panel right over here. Okay, so once you are done importing your media, okay, let's say I want to work with this 3 video and I want to work with this particular image, and now I am done working with my media panel and I want to view my timeline bigger. Okay, so in that case, you guys can come here and turn off the media pool option, and you guys can see the length of the timeline is now more. Okay, now you are able to see your timeline in a better way. Okay, so you guys can actually stack up multiple layers over here. You guys can actually do that over here as well. And let's say you want to zoom in only the source monitor. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's say I want to just zoom in 100%. This is how it will look. And again, the same way, if you do want to fit it over here, you guys can come here and fit it over here as well. Okay, so the same way, the same options are over here. If you do want to zoom in, you guys can just scroll in and zoom in. Okay, and also this option is basically for the source monitor, and this one is basically for the preview window or the preview monitor. Okay, so that is about that. And here you guys can see the similar options, going to the first frame and playing in reverse, stopping, and over here if you do want to play, if you do want to go to the last frame, and if you want to play this video in a loop, you guys can come here and turn this on and off. Okay, so these options over here are basically the same. Okay, but these options are for the source monitor. These options underneath are for basically the source or the project panel. Okay, and if you want to go, or if you want to mark in and mark out eventually, well, not from this, okay, not using the keyboard, you guys can come here and you guys can mark in and mark out eventually from your panel as well. Okay, and if you do want to match the frames, you guys can come here and you guys can check on matching the frames as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can see, you guys will be able to match up the frame. So now if I just come here, if I just select it, and from here if I just click on to this match frame, it will not basically work as it's already over here into my timeline. And if I do want to zoom out a little bit, you guys can see I can basically zoom in and zoom out according to my need or according to my liking. Okay, so this was about editing your workspace. Okay, if you do want more options, you guys can see, you guys will be able to, if you want to work on with the audio, okay, if you want to decrease or increase the audio level, you guys can go to the mixer, and here you guys can just see that here you do have your audio options. And if you do want to turn your audio off altogether, you guys can come here and you guys can turn off the audio altogether at once. If you want to disable it, you guys can come here and you guys can just mute your track. Okay, so you guys can actually work with all these options right over here. Okay, and underneath here you guys can see this is the jog wheel. If you do want to move up, you guys can actually move this thing over here by dragging as well. Okay, and if you want to see some details, okay, let's go to the metadata, and over here you guys can see what is the start frame, okay, and what is the end frame over here, how many frames in total, what is the frame rate over here. You guys can check all of these things out from the metadata option as well. Okay, and just beside the media pool, if you do want to put out any kind of effects over here, make sure you turn on the effects option, and under effects you guys can see that you do have the video transition options, the audio transition options, and a lot of things more. Okay, so under titles here you guys can see that over here, you guys, if you want to view the same thing over here, you guys can come here and you guys can view it over here into your timeline as well. Okay, so if you double click here, you guys can see it over here as well. Okay, so this is how it will basically look, and you guys can see which one are you looking to put into your video. Okay, so you guys can check it right from here. If you just double click over here, you guys will be able to see it over here into your preview or into your source monitor. Okay, so I will just turn off the effects mode again. Okay, if you want to add more videos to it, go to media pool and you guys can come here and you guys can work on with this option as well. Okay, so now let's say you do have imported each and everything. Okay, now you don't need the source monitor. Okay, so if you want to only have the preview monitor or the preview panel, in that case you guys can come here on the right hand side of your workspace and you will see an option right over here. Okay, single viewer mode. Make sure to click over here once, and now you will only be able to see the preview monitor instead of the source monitor. You guys can see this is how it works, this is how it will appear, and here you guys can see the total view at once. Okay, and again, if you want to see the double view, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually have the double view as well. Okay, and over here you guys can see if you want to check out any of the videos which you're working on, if you just click over here into this drop down arrow, you guys will be able to see all of these options. So make sure once you are saving your resource file, if you want to navigate them directly to understand, make sure to rename those properly. Okay, so as you guys can see, I want to check out my PNG. Okay, from here, then I will directly click over here, and in my source monitor, I am able to view my PNG. And the same way, if I want to view this particular video, I can come here, I can change the in and the out point over here, and again, import that video. Okay, this is how it basically works. Okay, so let's come here, and now I will just click on to this particular icon. Let's just play this thing up over here. You guys can see the changes over here, and I hope you do have understood this class on how you will be able to edit the workspace before you start working professionally in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be understanding about the source monitor in detail, like how the source monitor basically works, how it is quite helpful for us. We'll be learning about all those things over here in detail. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6, where I'll be showing you guys about the source window. Okay, so what is the usage of source window? In last class, we have learned about editing your workspace in which you're going to work on. But here in this particular chapter, we are going to learn how the source window is useful. You guys do have a basic idea about what it is, but here we'll be learning about this particular thing in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so here, the first thing what you're going to do is you're going to go to resources, and already over here, you guys can see that I already do have this particular videos right over here on my screen. Let's say I want to bring up a video which already have an audio with it. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import that. So in that case, I need to go here, and from here, let's come to the file here in my resource file. Let's go to the videos, and over here under videos, you guys can see that this particular videos actually do have an audio with it. Okay, so how I am able to understand that this particular video do have an audio attached with it? So if you guys take a look, you guys can see the videos which I had already imported, they don't have this audio sign just underneath on the left hand side. Okay, but the video which do have an audio with itself, they do have this particular audio side. Okay, so to import, you just need to drag and drop it over here into your media page. Okay, and once I'm done here in the media page, I have explained you guys about this cut page as well. Let's directly come over here into my edit page. Okay. And I have already told you that into the edit page, we'll be spending most of our time. Okay. So over here now, as you guys can see, I am here over here in my edit page. And this is basically the source window. And this one is the final preview window. Okay, here you will be able to see the final video which you have edited over here into the timeline. Okay, now let's come here on top. Let's go to my media pool. And from here, if I do want to take out this particular video into my timeline, I will just double click this particular video. And once I double click in my source window, as you guys can see, I do have various options. Okay, so over here, you guys can see that I do have a lot of options right over here. Okay, so I have already told you in the cut page that how you will be able to mark in and mark out. Let's say this video is actually quite long. Okay, but I don't want the whole part of this video. So if I come back up over here, you guys can see the total duration of the video over here. Okay, on the top corner. Okay, and here it's 38 seconds and 26 frames. Let's say I do have this video, and now what I want to do is I want to check, or I want to take only 15 seconds of this particular video. So for that, the first thing what I need to do is I need to mark in and mark out the point which one I do want to take. Okay, so in that case, what I need to do is I will just play this thing up over here using the space button. And let's say from here, from the 5 seconds mark, what I'm going to do is I am going to put on the mark in. Okay. So to mark in, what you guys can do is you guys can click on I from your keyboard. And once you click on I, let's say I will just play this one again, and I will just wait for it to go something around 15 seconds. Let's take a 10 seconds frame over here. Okay, so here you guys can see now it's 15 seconds and 13 frames. Okay, so now let's click on O from my keyboard, and now you guys can see if I play this thing up, there are two small dots. Okay, that shows that what is the mark in point and what is the mark out point. And now if I just come here, if I take this video and if I just drag this video over here into my timeline right now, only that particular timing video will be imported over here. And now if you just take a look over here in your project window, you guys can see that in the project window, the total duration of the video is 10 seconds and 2 frames. Okay, so here you guys can see both the video and the audio over here is being imported at the same time. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the video and the audio, and you guys can actually detach the audio. Let's say if you don't want the audio, in that case you want to actually change it, or you want to put up a different audio, in that case you guys can also do that. Okay, so well, there are different ways of how you will be able to do that. First, you have to unlink this. Okay, if you do, or if you don't want to enable, if you want to disable the clip, you guys can come here and you guys can see that you guys have just disabled the whole clip which was selected, including the audio and the video itself. Again, right click, and now I will just click on enable clip. Okay, and again, now over here in my preview window, I am able to see the changes. Okay, so if I come here again, I will just right click, and over here you guys can see there are a lot of options which you guys can work on with. Okay, if you want to normalize the audio levels, you guys can just click on to this and it will just normalize the level over here. Okay, if you want to detach the audio, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on to this edit mode, and you guys can actually select and duplicate. If you do want to override, insert, replace, we guys can also do that. So we'll be learning about these three things as well in detail, because sometimes it is quite important. Okay, so once we are working, you will see that how important this particular thing is. Okay, so now I do have imported this particular part, and now let's delete this one. So let's say now I want to directly import only the video. I don't want the audio to be here. So once you're over here into your source panel, if you guys take a look just underneath here, you do have two options. Okay, so this first option over here, if you come here, if you click onto this one, and if you drag and drop into the timeline, you guys can see now I am only able to move my video part. Okay, so from my source panel, I only got the video, so I didn't get the audio from here. Okay, so I will just delete this one. And now the same way, let's say you do have a video, and from that video you just only want the audio, you don't want the video footage. In that case, just beside this video option, you do have this audio option as well. So now if you drag this one and bring it down, you guys can see the video footage is not imported, but the audio footage is imported only. Okay, so that is the way. So if you want to import both of it, just make sure you drag and drop from the source panel itself. Okay, make sure you drag and drop it from the source panel directly. Okay, but if you do want anything individually, you guys can come here and you guys can check both of these points out. Okay, so now I do have this particular thing right over here. And now if you guys can see, this is the mark in point and the mark out point. Okay, so now let's say you have a footage of 10 seconds. Okay, so now you do have a footage of 10 seconds, but what you want to do is you do want to increase the timing. Okay, you want to change the in point and the out point. So there are different ways of how you will be able to do that. You guys can come here and you guys can just click onto this one, and you guys can just move this thing, and you guys can see you are actually able to change the out point. Okay, and also the same way you guys need to hold and drag the in point as well. Okay, so once I have done that, if I come here and if I now import this video and the audio together, you guys can see the total duration of the video which I have imported. It's now 17 seconds and 17 frames. Okay, so this is the way of how you will be able to change the in point and the out point. And again, let's delete this particular part, and here you guys can see just underneath you do have a lot of options. Okay, so this one is if you do want to go to the first frame of the video which is starting, you guys can just click on to this particular icon. Okay, and here you guys can see this playhead is again at the starting of your video. Okay, and the same way, if you just click on to this particular icon, it will take you to the last frame of the video which you have into your source monitor or into your source panel. So if I click over here, you guys can see this particular icon from the first frame, it is over there in the last frame again. So manually, if you do want to move, you guys can move it quite like this. Okay, so once you have done this particular part, you guys can see if you do want to play, you guys can just click onto this play button, and there are a few shortcuts. Okay, so if you do want to pause and play from your keyboard itself, you guys can use the space bar from your keyboard, and it is used for pausing and playing both. But if you are doing it over here into your PC, this is the play button and this is basically the pause button. And just beside that, here if you want your video to be played in a reverse manner, you guys can just click onto this option and your video will be played into a reverse manner. Okay, and now the same way, let's say I want to decrease the in point and the out point, and the total duration of my video now is 5 seconds. Okay, so now if I just click on to play in a loop, okay, so this is the loop option. And now if I just play this thing up, you guys will be able to see that once this video will end, again it will start playing from the first. Okay, so now I will just wait for it to finish. Let's just bring it right over here, and let's wait for it to be played again over here in the source panel. So if I turn this loop on, it will keep on playing the footage which I have it in my source panel. Okay, so over here I will just pause this thing right now. And also here you guys can see you do have this option called match frame. Okay, so let's say I will come here and let's import this video. Okay, so I will come here, I will just import this particular video, and what I'm going to do is I will come here and let's say I will just take another video. Okay, so you guys will be able to understand it in a better way. So I will come here and what I'll do is I will just change the in point over here. Okay, so let's say I will just change the in point and I will just move the out point a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I am going to import this footage. So I will just click over here. I have just imported this particular footage, which I have over here. And now what I'm going to do is the footage which I have over here, I want to see where that particular footage is. Okay, so let's say I do want to make some changes over here. Okay, so in this particular frame, let's say I want to put on some text on the side, and the same thing I want to view over here as well. Okay, so if you want to match the frame, okay, in that case you guys can just click onto this option, and here you guys can see I have matched the frame over here in my preview window as well. Okay, so now let's say I have this particular footage right over here and I need to make some changes over here in my preview window as well. So in that case I don't have to just scroll and find the exact place. Okay, sometimes it might be tough. Okay, so in that case if I want to have the same thing which I have it here in my source panel, I also want to see the same thing in my project panel as well. All I need to do is I need to come here and I need to click on match frame, and you guys can see I do have the same frame in my source panel as well as in my project panel. Okay, so that is how it basically works. Okay, and after that here you guys can see that you do have the mark in option, and here you do have the mark out option as well. Okay, so I have already told you about mark in and the mark out option. And also let's say if you do have any audio, okay, if you only do have any audio, or let's say I will come here and I have this video with audio. Now what I want to do is in my source panel I don't want to see this video, I want to see the audio waves. Okay, I want to see how the audio which I do have, what is the wave over there, I want to check that thing basically. So in that case I will come here, and here you guys can see that I do have a particular option, and just beside that you do have a drop down arrow. Okay, so I will just click on that arrow, and what I'm going to do is I am going to go and click on audio track. Okay, so let's come here and let's just delete this one for now, and I will come here, drag this one over here, and now I want to see this audio. So if I just come here and if I play, you guys can see now I'm able to see the audio waves over here. Okay, and also the same way if I do want to take the audio a little bit, I can come here and I can take the audio little bit as well. Okay, so here I am only able to see the audio waves, and also if you want to see multicam, and if you do have any offline videos, you guys can come here and check those out as well. Okay, so there are different options regarding that. And just beside that, here you do have other options. Here you will be able to clear all the recently viewed clips, and if you do want to zoom the audio waveform, you guys can zoom that, and if you want to show the full clip audio waveform, you guys can also do that from here. Okay, if you want to see all the video frames which you have over here, you guys can also see all the video frames over here. All you need to do is you need to come here and make sure you tick that mark out. Okay, if you do want to turn it off, again come here and click on that again, and it will be turned off again as well. Okay, so that was about the source monitor. So now let's move on to this particular options right over here. You guys can see this is the insert clip option. This is basically the override option, and lastly you do have the replace clip option. Okay, so let me show you what is the usage of that. So here you guys can see now the total duration of the video which I have over here in my timeline is 5 seconds and 8 frames. Okay, so let's say what I want to do is I want to come over here, bring my playhead in between this video, and now I want to take this particular video here in my source panel. Okay, so let's mark in one point. So I will just click on I. Let's move this one and let's place this one right over here. Okay, so I will just click on O to mark the out point. And what I want to do now is I want to insert this particular clip in between. Okay, so if I don't want to insert this particular clip in between both of this footage, what it will basically do is it will just cut that and it will insert my video where my playhead is. Okay, so once I do have this video, if I come here and if I click on insert clip, or if I click on F9 from my keyboard, it will be inserted. Okay, here you guys can see the footage which I have chose. It is being already inserted, and now here this one is an individual part of the video. This is an individual part, and this is the third clip which I just inserted. So let's click on Control Z to go back again. And now you guys can see again, this is a single frame altogether as well. Okay, so that is about this. Okay, let's come here and let's try to understand about this override option. Okay, so if I come here, let's say in last class I have showed you about editing the workspace. Okay, so here let's say I want to insert the clip again. Okay, and now you guys have seen that the total duration of my video before was 5 seconds and 8 frames. Okay, but once I have inserted this particular clip, the total duration of my video have changed from 5 seconds to 6 seconds and 21 frames. Okay, so the total duration of the video have also been changed. Okay, so this is in case of inserting. But if I come here and the same footage, what I want to do is I want to overwrite the same clip over here, and the shortcut key for that is F10. So in that case, if I click on overwrite, you guys can see the total duration of my video didn't change, but what it did is the thing which I had over here, it actually overwrited over this particular place. Okay, so the total duration didn't change, but the content over here in my timeline have been changed. Okay, so you just need to understand that I do have my same video over here, but what it did is it basically overwritten, or it is just copy pasted on top of my video. So in that case, I won't be able to see the video which I had over here last, but I will be able to see this particular video on top. Okay, so that is the about overwriting, as you guys can see right over here, and I will just go on Control Z. Okay, so now the same way, if I come here and if I click, and now the same footage, what I want to do is I want to replace the clip. Okay, so I'll just select this particular clip, and over here in my source monitor, I will have this particular clip over here. And now if I just click on replace clip, what it will basically do is it will just replace the whole clip which I had before. Okay, so now here you guys can see, now I do have the whole footage over here, and you guys can also see now the total duration of the video didn't change. Okay, so if I just click on Ctrl Z, this is the video which I had, and the total duration is 5 seconds and 8 frames. But now here my mark-in point is 1 second and 13 seconds. Okay, but if I come here, if I select this particular footage, and now from my source panel, if I come here and if I just click on replace clip, you guys can see the duration remains the same, but my mark in and the mark out point is not basically the same. So it just replaced the clip with the same duration. Okay, so that is basically the usage of inserting clip, overriding, and replacing clip. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is F9, F10, and F11 respectively. Okay, so I will come here. I hope you guys to have gotten basic idea about how important the source window or the source monitor is. Okay, and there are different ways of how you will be able to use these three options if you do want to use it right from here. Okay, so in that case, you guys can go to edit, and over here you guys can see that you do have the insert option, the override option, the replace option. Okay, and also you do have the place on top. Here you do have the ripple override, fit to fill, and also a pen to end of timeline option as well. Okay, so these are the few options which you can use over here. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys to have understood this class on how you will be able to use the source window in the DaVinci Resolve. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about the timeline. Okay, so in the edit page, this timeline is the most important part because this is where you guys will be stacking up all of your footage, all of your text, different kind of effects. You'll be doing all those things. Okay, the most of the time you will be spending over here into this page. Okay, so I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about DaVinci itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, where we'll be understanding about the timeline. Okay, so we'll be learning how the timeline basically works, what are the things that you need to keep in mind while working on the timeline, what are the tools available over here. So we'll be learning all of these over here into this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here, as you guys can see, now I'm here again in the workspace of the DaVinci. And from here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come right over here and I'm going to import some medias over here. Okay, so here specifically, we are going to talk about how you will be able to work in this particular timeline. And if you don't know which one is basically the timeline, here you guys can see this is known as V1, A1, A2. Okay, this particular space over here with this timing on top, this is basically known as the timeline. Okay, so before starting, let's come here. Let's just import new clips. Okay, if you do want to do that, let's go to my media file. And from here, again, what I'll do is I will just go to my resource file. Let's go to images. And from here, let's import these other medias as well, using which I can work on. Okay, so I will just come here. I will just take out these images and let's go back. And if you do want to take some other videos, you guys can come here and you guys can take these other videos as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's bring out all these videos. So here, once you have imported this file, you need to go back again to your edit page. Okay, so once you're over here into your edit page, let's come here. Let's import some videos here into our timeline. Okay, so for that, let's see, I will just take out this video. Let's double click and I already do have a mark in and the mark out point. Let's increase the timing of this particular video. And what you're going to do is drag and drop it right over here onto your timeline. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see, that this is basically known as the timeline. So to get you guys familiar, here you guys can see this is the video track over here. Okay, simply you guys can come here and you guys can actually bring on more footage over here at once. Okay, and this is basically known as the playhead. Okay, so if you do want to make any major changes over here, let's say if you do want to put up any kind of cut, or if you want to navigate throughout the timeline, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can do that. Okay, and you guys can actually have multiple layers of videos stacked up one onto another. Okay, and also you guys will be able to have multiple audio files as well. Okay, so you guys will be able to have multiple audio files over here. So now let's try to understand this V1, A1. Okay, so V1 is known as video footage 1, okay, and you guys can actually have multiple tracks, okay. So there are different ways. If you do want to change up the name as well, you guys can come here and you guys can actually give up a different name, okay. So here, if you double click, you guys can see that you do have this particular icon. You guys can just click on backspace and you guys can just name this one according to yourself as well. Let's name this one as V1, and let's come here, let's name this one as V2. Okay, so I will name this one as V2. And here you guys can see these audio files are now named as V1 and V2 over here. Okay, so here you guys can see that this is the video footage. You guys can see the total duration. If you want to navigate throughout, let's say you do have multiple footages in one single track. In that case, let's come here. Let's just put up this one right over here as well. And now, as you guys can see, if you just scroll this thing down, you guys can just go onto the sides as well. Okay, so this is the slider which you guys can use, and also you guys can have multiple footages here onto the same line. Okay, so as you guys can see, and also if you do want to move out at once, you guys can come here and move it onto the left side as well. And over here on top, as you guys can see, that you do have this extra video track as well. Okay, so if you do want to delete those things, you guys can come here and you guys can basically delete that as well. Okay, so if you come here, if you just right click here, you guys can see you do have the delete track option. If you do want to delete only this particular track, you guys can click on delete track. And if you want to delete all the tracks which don't have any content inside them, you guys can click on delete empty tracks. What it will do is, in my audio 2 as well, they don't have any tracks or they don't have any content, so it will delete that particular track as well. So here you guys can see both of the track has been deleted. And now if I just click on Control Z, and now let's say I will come here, right click on my mouse, and if I just click on delete track, you guys can see only the V2 track is being deleted, okay, not the A2, which is the audio 2 track. Okay, so if I do want to delete it, I will come here, right click, and I will just click on delete track. Okay, so here, this is how you guys can actually delete track quite like this. Okay, so now this was about it. And now let's try to understand, if you come here, if you do want to zoom inside your timeline, you guys can actually zoom inside your timeline as well. Let's move my playhead. And what I want to do is, at this particular point, I want to work. Okay, so at this particular point, I want to basically work over here in detail. So for that, if I do want to zoom in to this particular point exactly, here I can just click on Control or Command Z from my keyboard. If you're using a Mac, in that case, you need to click on Command Z from your keyboard. But if you're using a Windows, in that case, it's Control plus or Control minus. Okay, so if I just click on Control plus, here you guys can see towards this particular point, I am able to zoom in. Okay, where my playhead is, I can come here, and if I do want to put out any cut or if I do want to make any changes, I can come here and I can make any changes. And the same way, if you want to come here and if you want to zoom in or zoom out manually, you guys can come here and you guys can just click onto this minus sign over here, and eventually it will just zoom in and zoom out. Okay, so using plus, you guys can just zoom in, and using minus, you guys can zoom out. But for me, I love to use the control plus and minus. Okay, and I will recommend that if you're working on video editing on a full term basis, then you should have a mouse which you will be able to navigate on the sides as well. Okay, so for my one, I do have this where I can just roll in and roll out, but I don't have the mouse where I can move sideways as well. So I'll recommend to you that if you're working with video editing, okay, video editing softwares, you're working on a regular basis, you should have that kind of mouse which moves sideways as well. Okay, so it is quite beneficial. So that was about moving in and out. And let's say I do have zoomed in a lot. Okay, so I have zoomed in a lot, and now I am not able to see all the content which I have over here into my timeline. So if I do want to make any changes, let's say I want to make any changes right over here. Okay, so in that case, now I do have to slide this thing and go to that particular part. So now if I do want to see my timeline directly over here in the place which I have, let's just close my media pool over here, and I want to view the whole content which I have over here in my timeline in my frame. So in that case, here you guys can see you do have this particular option known as the full extend zoom. You guys can come here, and if you click here once, you guys can see that you are able to see all the contents which you have put over here in one single line. Okay, so this is about the fit to zoom in the timeline. Okay, so full extend zoom, also you guys can call it as the full extend zoom. And here you guys can see this is the detail zoom. Okay, so let's come here, let's come and let's just go back. Let's come here, let's place this one, and let's say what I want to do is I want to zoom into this particular area. Okay, so in that case, now if I come here and if I click on detail zoom, you guys can see now I am able to zoom into this particular part. Okay, so over here you guys can basically zoom this thing out. And again, if I come here, let's go back. If I come to this particular place and if I want to customize zoom, I can come here and I can just customize zoom into this particular place. Let's say I want to add on some markers, I want to put on some effects over here. I can do that all over here itself. Okay, so this was about zooming in, and here fitting into the timeline. It is about the detail zoom. Here you do have the customized zoom option. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood this particular part. Let's go back again over here as I'm able to view all the videos which I have imported over here. Now let's come here and let's try to understand all of these other options over here. Okay, so now let's say you have this particular track. Okay, so now in this particular track, what you're going to do is you want to make sure that, okay, so I do have this final file and I don't want to move it. Sometimes what happens is by mistakenly what we do is we tend to move our videos sideways or on top, and it actually messed up the whole thing or the whole effort which we put. Okay, so in that case, let's say I want to just I want to just log this whole track down. Okay, I don't want to move this at all, as this is the final file for me. So in that particular case, what you guys can basically do is you guys can come here, maybe select this particular track and make sure to log the track. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I am able to log this track. And now if I'm trying to move this thing out, you guys can see the things or the videos which I have here in my video track one, I am not able to move that thing out. Okay, so I will just place it over here back again. Then now if I come here and if I unlock the track, and now if I do want to move it over here on top or in sides, I can come here and I can just move those things accordingly. Okay, so this one was about locking the track. And here under this video one, you guys can see, let's come here. Let's just delete this audio track as well. I will just delete all the tracks over here. And also here in my video track, as you guys can see, it is actually surrounded with a red mark. Okay, so that means that this is the default track. Okay, so this one track is basically the default track. And also if you come here, if you just click on auto track selector, it will basically track this particular track over here. It will select. Okay, then also if you want to disable, like you don't want to view this track, let's say you do have other icons on top, let's come here, you do have this particular video on top. Okay, so I will just place this particular video over here on top. So in that case, now what you're going to do is I will come here, let's increase the size, and I don't want to see this particular video. Okay, so let's come here, and if I just disable the video track, and let's move my playhead, you guys can see now if I play, I am only able to see the content which I have inside my video too, but I'm able to hear the audio which I had here in this particular video. So here I didn't mute it, or I didn't put on solo track, or I didn't lock this one. That's why I am able to view only the track on top of this one. Okay, so this is about how you will be able to enable and disable the video track. Let's come here, let's delete this part as well. So this was about locking the track, this was about auto track selector, and this one is the disable video tracking. Okay, so this is right over here. And now if I just come here, let's say I will just go back. Okay, Control Z to go back. Let's select this one, let's delete this particular part as well. Okay, I will come here, I will delete this track as well, and I will just enable this one. Let's select both of this, let's bring it right over here, okay, at the starting. And now what I can do is, if I come here and let's say I will go to my audios, and from here now I want to place an audio right over here into this particular place. Let's trim it down. And now again, what I can do is, once I have trimmed this particular thing down, if I just play it, here you guys can hear that I do have the audio. Okay, so now let's pause this thing down, and let's say now here, listen to this audio quite carefully. Okay, so now here you guys can see this is the audio, and let's say I do have multiple audio tracks. Okay, so there are different ways of how you will be able to add multiple audio tracks. So you guys can come here onto this particular option, or just right click and click on add tracks. Okay, so they'll ask you like, do you want to add a mono track, a stereo, or 5.1? Here are different options. And if you click on add tracks, they'll be asking you that how many tracks do you want, okay, and how many video tracks you want. So let's say I want 2 video tracks, and where do you want to position them? Okay, do you want to position them above video number 2, or do you want to do it above video number 1, or you want to put it below the first track? Okay, so there are different options over here, and the more track you have, the more options you will have over here as well. Okay, and the same way here also they'll be asking you that how many number of audio tracks do you want? How many audios do you have over here? How many tracks do you want for that? And also they'll be asking you what is the point you want to insert them. Do you want to insert them above the first track, like you want to insert them just underneath the V1, or do you want to put this one below the audio one, which is here in this particular place? So for now I will just cancel this thing. And the other way of inserting is, you just need to come here and you just need to select and maybe drag and drop over here, and this is how you guys can basically work. Let's trim this thing down over here, and now as you guys can see, I do have 2 different audio tracks. Okay, so now if I just play this thing using my space bar, so both of these audios are being played at the same time. And let's say now what I want to do is, I want to come here and I want to mute this audio track 1. Okay, so I can come here, and now if I play this, you guys can hear only the track number 2. Okay, so over here now you are only able to hear this audio track number 2. Okay, so now if I unmute this again, and just beside the mute option, you do have this solo option. Let's come here, and what you guys can do is, let's add another track. Okay, so I will come here, I will just trim this thing down as well. Let's come here, let's trim this thing down. And once I do have trimmed this, let's increase the size over here a little bit as well. Let's come here, let's place it quite like this. And what you guys can do is, let's say I do have these 3 audios, okay, and out of these 3 audios I only want to play a single audio. So in that case, if you mute, let's say you do have 10 audios, and there, now you have to come there and individually turn off the 9 audios which you don't want. So you don't have to do that much hassle. Okay. In that case, what you can do is, you guys can come here, select the track which you want, or the audio which you want to select. And what you can do is, if you just click on S, okay, only that solo track will be played, and all the other audios will get muted by itself. Okay, doesn't matter how many audios you do have. So now if you just play this thing around, you will only be able to hear this single track which you have turned on the solo. Okay. So this was about solo and the mute track option. And the same way, if you do want to lock it, now you won't be able to move this thing particular track over here. Let's turn off the solo over here, and you guys can basically log this thing out. Okay, so this is how you guys can work right over here. Okay, so now let's come here and let's try to understand that how you will be able to manage the track height, how you'll be able to manage the track waveforms. Okay, so for that, the simplest way, if you do want to increase the size of the track from your timeline itself, you guys can just come here and hover between the lines. Okay, so over here you guys can see, as I do have this track number 1. Okay, so if I do want to increase the size, I can come here, and here you guys can see I am having a big preview of this particular clip. Okay, and also here it shows that in my video track 1 I do have 2 clips. Okay, so let's come here, let's turn this on back, and here this is the track 1 and this is the track number 2. And the same way you guys can come here and you guys can actually increase the waveform as well, as you guys can see over here. And here it shows that in my audio 1 track, I only have one single clip. Okay, so it actually gives you an idea what you need to do if you have multiple clips. Let's say you know that you have 5 clips, but here it shows that you only have 4. So that means that you might have forgotten to put one track over here, or one kind of content, or one video, or one audio. So you guys do have a chance to recheck. Okay, so this is quite an interesting feature. Okay, so now let's come here and let's see if you want to do it from the bar as well. Okay, so let's come here. You guys can increase and decrease the size accordingly. So for that, what you need to do is you need to come here, and there is one option over here on top known as the timeline view options. So if you just click on the timeline view options, there are multiple options. Okay, so here if you want to click on stack timelines, here you guys can see the timeline over here is being stacked. Okay, so if you come here, you guys can see the stack timeline, and if you just close this down, here you guys can see the options, and over here you do have the subtitle tracks. Let's say if you do have any subtitle tracks, you guys can actually use this particular option. And lastly, you do have the audio waveforms. Okay, let's say you don't want to see any audio waveforms into your audio, you guys can come here and you guys can just turn it off. And if you do want to see the audio waveforms again, you guys can come here and you guys can turn on the audio waveforms. Well, especially once you are working with the audio for your video, you need to make sure that your audio waveforms are on, because it basically helps you to understand the pattern of audio or the pattern of the music. Okay, so this was about these audio waveforms. And if you come here, if you just turn it on, you guys can see I do have this stacked up on each other. So I will just turn it back on again, and it is looking great. And here you guys can see now you do have the video view options. Okay, so for now this one is turned off, where I am able to see the whole preview of the video or the content present over here on my track. Okay, so this is the first option which is turned on by default. But now if I come here and let's say I want to actually view it as a thumbnail. Okay, so I don't want to see the whole content which is going on. I want to only see the thumbnails. So in that case, if I come here and now if I turn it on, you guys can see the first frame of the video and the last frame of the video is being shown over here into my timeline. Okay, so I'm not able to now see the whole thing or the whole preview of my video, but I'm able to see the first and the last frame of the video which I have imported. And the same goes with this particular track as well. So these were the video options. And now from here, if you do want to have a simple view, you don't want to see the thumbnail, you don't want to see the preview of the whole video, you need to make sure that you turn on the simple view option. But for me, I would love to see the whole thing. Okay, so I will just click on the film strip view. And now again, you guys can see I am able to see the preview over here in my timeline. Okay. So this was about that. And now let's come over here and now let's see about the audio view options. So on the audio view options, as you guys can see, now I do have the non-rectified waveform. Okay. So if you don't want this particular waveform, you guys can come here and you guys can click on full waveform and you guys can see the waveform over here into the timeline. The view has basically changed. Okay, so it totally depends up to you in which waveform you do love to work on your audios. Okay, so you guys can come here and turn that on and off again. So if you come here and you do have understood this particular part, lastly comes the waveform border. Okay, so if you come here, if you just turn on to this waveform border, you guys can also work with the waveform border as well. So I will just turn off again. Let's come here, let's turn this on, and here this is how you will be able to see all of these waveforms. Okay, and also let's say I will just select this particular audio track. And now what I want to do is I want to go into my timeline view options and I want to actually increase all the audio track sizes at once. Okay, so all the audio tracks which I have over here in my timeline, I want to increase all of their sizes at once. So in that case, you guys can come here, click on the audio tracks, and here you guys can see I do have increased the size of the audio tracks of all of it altogether. And the same way, if you want to increase or decrease the size of the video track, I can come here, I can just increase or decrease the size accordingly. Okay, so this was about the timeline view options. And once you're done, you guys can just click outside anywhere and it will show you quite the options over here. Okay, so this is about that. And now let's come here, let's select all these things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete all of these things out. Okay, so I will come here, I will just delete all these things out. And let's say what you want to do is you want to come here, let's just increase or decrease the size eventually. And for that, again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import some videos. Okay, so again, for importing some videos, what I want to do is if you want to create any kind of videos in which I will have a PNG image and on top of that, I will have a video which will be played. Okay, so for that, again, I will go to my images. Let's take this video or this particular thing right over here and you guys can see this is just a normal image. Okay, and the total duration of that one is 4 second and 29 frame, which will be there by default. Okay, so here you guys can see this is just a normal uh, image. Okay, so if I play this one here, you guys won't be able to see any changes. Okay, so this is just an image itself. So what I want to do is I want to put up a video just over here on top of this particular place, which will show that okay, a video is being played on this particular board. Okay, so for that, again, what I'll do is I will just go to videos. Let's come here, let's import this video, and what I'm going to do is I am going to put this one in the video track 2. Okay, so I will come here, I will just tag this one up into the video 2 option. Let's bring it right over here and I will just increase the size from here as well. Let's go to the timeline view options and I will just decrease the video track size. Okay, so I will come here, I will just decrease the video track size over here. But now what happens is I am not able to view this particular image which I do have underneath this video. So for that, I will just select this video track and from here, I will go into my inspector panel. Okay, so for now, you don't have to think much. And now before that, let's come here, let's have a single view. And now let's go to the inspector panel. And what I'm going to do is I am going to zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I will just zoom out a little bit quite over here. And now what I'm going to do is I am going to just increase the width and the height individually. So let's turn off the link option. And now I will just increase the size quite over here. So I will come here, and also if you do want to make any changes onto the sites over here, if you just double click, okay, if you do want to transform, you guys can go to the transform option again. And if you do want to crop, you guys can come here and you guys can basically crop eventually. Okay, so let's come here. Let's move this one a little bit. And also I will try to move this one a little bit as well. And once you're done, you guys can come here, and let's say if I just play this thing down, let's click onto my spacebar over here. Let's just play this thing, and here it shows that this video is being played onto that particular board. And the same way, if you do want to stack it up onto one another, let's come here, let's just decrease the size. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take up a logo. So I will go to the image option again, and from here I will just stack up this logo on top. Okay, so I will just come here, stack out this particular logo. Let's decrease the size over here. And now I am going to zoom out this one as well. Okay, so now let's decrease the size. Okay, so I will just decrease the size. And now I am going to move out its position. Okay, so let's come here. And what you guys can do is you guys can basically decrease the size a little bit as well. Let's come here. Let's go to transform option. And what you guys can do is if you do want to decrease the size, make sure to decrease size and place it the place wherever you want. Okay, so once you're done, let's come here, let's just play the thing up, and this is how it will be played. Okay, so this is the final result of my video as it is being played over here into my particular frame. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work. And here you guys can see, you guys can increase or decrease the size accordingly right over here. Okay, and we will be understanding about the inspector panel in detail once we talk in detail about that. And now let's say over here, if I do have another video, let's come here, let's go to the videos option. And what I'm going to do is I am going to take out this particular video as well. Okay, so I will just come here, I will just stack out my video right over here. Let's just trim it down a bit. Okay, so once I'm trimming down here, you guys can see I do have trimmed down my video. Let's bring my playhead over here as well. And now what I'm going to do is I want to come over here, and now let me show you guys about all of these three options. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have a particular gap between both of this footage. Okay, so now if I want to come here, and here you guys can see it will just show me a black screen. Okay, and once I'm trying to move in my video footage with the other footage, you guys can see that it is kind of snapping over here. You guys can see automatically it is just moving and joining it with the other footage which I have into that particular track. Okay, so here you guys can see there is a small triangle sign. It means that both of the footage, they don't have any gap between them. Okay, so now here you guys can see the triangle over here. But now the same way, if I come here and now if I just turn off this particular option known as snapping, and the shortcut key for that is N from your keyboard, let's turn it off. And now if I'm trying to move it out, you guys can see I am not able to snap these things out. Okay, so here I am not able to snap this thing out properly. So there is a chance that I might have some problem and it might overwrite the content which I already have. Okay, so that thing I don't want over here. But the same way, if you come here and let's say now I do have this particular video and I will just turn on the snapping back on, and here you guys can see it is snapping quite easily. So now let's come here and let's just move my playhead right over here, and let's take audio with let's take a video with audio itself. Okay, so here if you come here and now let's just move this one over here on top. And what you're going to do is you are going to go to the timeline options. Let's decrease the audio track option right over here as well. Okay, so now here you guys can are able to see that I do have this video and the audio track over here. So now what happens is if I come here, if I select this video, my audio is being selected as well. So individually, I am not able to work with that. So if I want to do that, what I need to do is I need to come here and I need to turn off the linked selection option. So if I just turn it back off again, and now individually I am able to select the audio layer, and individually I am able to select the video layer as well. And let's say the audio layer, I want to come here and I want to just delete this audio layer. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically cut the audio layer, and basically you guys will be able to change the audio from here itself. Okay, so this was about link selection. And let's say you do have a lot of layers over here. And if you want to lock all of this layer individually one by one, it will take a lot of time. So once you're done with your work, you want to have multiple layers, okay? And you want to lock all the layers all together. You guys can come here and you guys can basically click onto this lock option, and all these things will be locked all together. Okay, so this was about locking all the tracks all together. And now I will again turn it off and all of this lock thing is being unlocked again. Okay, so this is about that. Let's come here. Let's just delete this particular part. And now let's come here. Let's just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so from here now what you're going to do is you're going to come here. Let's say I will just delete this part. Let's right click, let's click on cut, and I do have cut this particular part as well. Let's come here, let's delete that one as well from here. Now let's say if I come here and if I put this video on top of this one, let's say I will come here, I will just place it on top. Okay, let's come here, let's place this track on top of this one. Now you guys can see that I'm not able to see the image which I do have underneath. Okay, because it is about layering. If you do have used any other graphic designing software like Illustrator or Photoshop, the way the layer works, it also works the same way over here in DaVinci as well, or any other video editing software. So let's bring it down over here again. Okay, so I will just bring it down, and again you are able to see it right over here. So if you come here, if you just move in, you guys can see you are able to move in as well. And now here the selection tool, if you come here and you guys can actually work this throughout. Okay, so if you do want to zoom in, zoom out, you guys can zoom in and zoom out accordingly. So now let's deselect this particular part. And if you do want to add more timeline into your project, you guys can click on this plus icon, and here you guys can actually name this particular timeline as well. Okay, you guys can add more videos. If you do have more other content, you guys can also come here and do that. So let's come here and I will just delete this one. For now, I will just delete this particular timeline which I had created. And what I'm going to do now is I will come here and I'll show you guys the usage of these flags and the markers. And now to any other track, let's say I will come here and I want to basically add some kind of flags, okay, over here. So in that case, I will come here, I will just click onto this flag option, and a flag will be added over here directly. Okay, so here you guys can see a flag has been added. If you want to add another flag to this particular footage as well, so let's click onto flag, and the other flag is being added as well. So if you double click, if you want to put out any note, okay, so here you guys can come here and put out any note as well. Okay, so now let's say I will just put up a note as crop this layer. Okay, so I will come here and if I just click on done, here you guys can see that thing or the icon over here have changed. Okay, so that means that I do have any kind of note over here. So what happens is if I come here into my flag and if I double click, you guys can see what is the note I have over here. And if I do want to change the color, I can come here, I can basically change the color, click on done, and it is being changed. Okay, so this is to mark any kind of layers or any kind of tracks individually. But for the marker, let's say I will come here and now I will select this particular layer. I want to give out a mark. Okay, so for that I want to put on some effect, or let's say I will just come to this video itself and I want to put on some effects over here into this particular point. Okay, so I will come here and what I can do is I can just select what color marker do I want to put. Okay, so if I come here, let's say I will select the sky color. Okay, and now I do have put out a marker. Okay, and also if you come here and if you just double click on your marker, you guys can basically name the marker. You guys can see what is the timing, and also if you want to select any keyword for that, you guys can come here and you guys can actually select the keyword over here as well. Okay, so you guys can see there are different suggested keywords over here. So for now, I will just delete this one. And now if you do want to add out any notes, let's say put on slow mo effect. Okay, so if I want to put on some slow mo effect later, I will come here and I will just click on done and here into this marker. So once I hover my mouse over the marker, you guys can see the name of the marker and the message which I have selected before. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually work on with the marker. And the same way, if you come here in this particular panel, you guys can see that you have to put on this particular timing onto this marker, and I do have the detail as well. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood about how the timeline works and what all you will be able to do here in the timeline. As I have told you that most of the time you guys will be spending over here. Okay, so once you are done with this particular thing, if you come here, if you do want to save this file, you guys can go to this particular uh, project. Okay, save project as. Let's come here. I will come and creating a new project. I want to save this project. Let's come here and I will just click on overwrite, and this particular project will basically get saved. And the same way, let's go to file, and if I click on save project, it is being saved again. So if I do make any changes, I can come here and I can just save the project setting, and also I will be able to change all the project manager as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how to work with the timeline in DaVinci. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about DaVinci itself. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, where I'll be showing you guys about editing tools. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys all the tools available for editing over here into this particular software. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the edit page of the DaVinci software. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to import some medias using which we are going to work on. Okay, so let's come here, let's take out this particular video, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this particular thing over here onto my timeline. Okay, so as you guys can see over here, I do have imported this particular thing. Let's come here. Let's actually decrease, or let's just close down the media pool over here. And if I do want to see a single viewer mode, I can come here and I can basically have a single viewer mode as well. Okay, and again, if you do want to open up the media pool, you guys can come here and you guys can basically open up the media pool as well. Okay, let's click on to the source option, and Now over here, what I'm going to do is, if you do want to have both the views, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can actually view it in a dual screen as well. Okay, so the tools which we are going to understand over here into this particular class is over here. Okay, so these are the tools that we are going to talk about. So the first thing is basically the selection tool. Okay, and also you guys can call this one as the default tool of this particular software. Okay, so using the selection tool, you guys can select any item, you guys can move things around. If you do want to place another image or place another video on top of it, you guys can basically do that. As you guys can see right over here, you guys can basically move this thing around. If you do want to get some different options, you guys can come here, use the selection tool. If you want to transform it, you guys can come here and you guys can transform using the selection tool from here as well. If you do want to move it over here one particular side, you guys can come here and use the selection tool to do most of the things over here on my screen. Okay, so using the selection tool, you guys can basically work quite like this. And now if you just play this thing up, this is how it will basically appear. Okay, so that is the usage of the selection tool. And now next comes this particular tool known as the blade edit tool. Okay, so you guys can call this one as the blade tool. Let's say if I come here and let's delete this footage from here. And now as you guys can see, the total duration, okay, so the total duration of the video which I have over here on my timeline is basically around 32 seconds and 17 frames. Okay, so now let's just feed this one over here. Okay, so I do have feed this thing over here onto my timeline. Let's click on to fit onto timeline option. And now let's say from here, I only want 10 seconds of the video and I want it to start from here. And basically I will go here onto the 10 seconds mark. Okay, let's see. I will come here. Let's try to go to the 10-second marks exactly. And now over here, you guys can see that I do have it at 9 seconds and 23 frames. Okay, so if you do want to move these things up as well, you guys can basically use the K, L, and J option. So using L, you guys can basically play. Okay, and using K, you guys can pause in your keyboard, and using J, you guys can basically play it in reverse. Okay, so we have already seen up this option here. You guys can see this is the play, this is the stop option, this is the play option, and this one is the play reverse option. Okay, and the shortcut key for all these things are L for play, okay, K for pause, and J for playing in reverse. Okay, so using K we can basically come here and we can just play, and using K we will basically pause over here. Okay, so that is the editing tool right over here. And also if you want to, let's say you do have a very long footage, okay, and in that long footage what you want to do is you want to actually view this in a faster motion. Okay, so if you play, it will just go quite slow. Okay, but now if you want it to be in a faster mode, you guys can just click on L and just double click on L. Here you guys can see the speed is 2x, but if you click on L again, now it is 4x, and if you click on L again, it will be in 6x again. Okay, so over here again the same way, if I just click on L, okay, and the same way if I come over here, if I just click on J, okay, so I will just click on J. Okay, so I will come here, I will just click on J double, and again if I just click on J, here you guys can see the speed in the reverse mode is also accelerating. Okay, so this is about the shortcuts of your keyboard when you're working in this particular software. Okay, you guys can use the J, K, and the L keyword. Okay, so now let's come here, as I was talking about trimming and cutting. Okay, so let me just give you guys a small intro about how you will be able to work over here. So let's first try to understand about what trimming is. Okay, so let's try to come right over here. Let's try to understand what trimming is. So let's say I want my video of about 10 seconds. Okay, so for that, what I can do is I can come here and I can just decrease the timing from here. And also I want to decrease this from this particular end as well. Okay, so now let's place it over here at the starting, and you guys can see the total duration of my video over here is 10 seconds and 8 frames. And if you do want to decrease the frame as well, you guys can come here and you guys can decrease the frame. And once you just select both of the sides, if you just select this side here, you guys can see that I do have a green sign onto the side as well. Okay, so once you move your mouse onto a particular side, you guys will be able to see that you do have this particular symbol. Okay, you do have a green sign. That means that you do have remaining video footage into this particular track or into this particular video. Okay, so here you do have remaining. So if you want later, let's say now you have 10 seconds and 11 frames, later on you thought, okay, I want to extend the size of the video. Okay, so in that case, you guys can come here and you guys can extend the size of the video from here. Let's come to this particular point exactly, and let's just decrease it. And here you guys can see the total duration now is 16 seconds. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to trim it down. You guys will be able to trim it down from both the sides. Okay, from the starting and from the ending as well. Okay, and the same way, if I come here, let's say I want to put out this video as well. Let's come here, let's place this video over here onto the side. And now if I come here and let's say if I just trim this thing down, you guys can see the video or the total duration is increasing over here. Okay, and the duration of the second footage is decreasing over here onto the second footage. Okay, so now if you just check the total duration, which is 54.14 seconds. Okay, so over here now, if I just come here, if I just increase the duration of the first footage, you guys can see the total duration remains the same, but the duration of the first footage basically changed. Okay, and the duration of the second footage is also being decreased. Okay, so this is how we can basically trim this thing down. Okay, if you do want to trim it down over here as well, you guys can come here and you guys can trim this thing accordingly. Okay, so once you are done, okay, with this particular part, the next thing what I'll be showing you guys is, let's say now I do have both of this footage. Okay, and now from here I will be able to retrieve the part which I want. Once you select this cut option, let's add some other musics as well. Let's come here, let's add this music over here, and now let's use this blade tool over here. So once you click on this blade tool, otherwise from your keyboard, the shortcut key is B. Okay, so if I just click on B from my keyboard, you guys can see that I do have a red line over here. Okay, and it will basically snap on the lines. So here you guys can see there is a small red line. If you do want me to increase it, you guys can come here and increase it to view it properly. So let's come here, let's cut it. And what you can do is take your selection tool, and now this is basically two parts. And what I can do is I will just select this part and I will just click on delete. And as I do have this one selected, which is full extend zoom, I will have all the contents over here fitted in my timeline. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually cut, and you guys can just delete those unwanted parts permanently. Okay, so if I come here, take this particular tool again, if I want to put up a cut in the video, I can put up a cut over in the video, any place wherever I want. Okay, let's say I want to cut somewhere right over here. So for that, I can basically zoom in using Control Plus. Let's say I will just bring my playhead over here into this particular point, and now Control Plus, and here you guys can see I am able to zoom in quite well into this particular place. Again, Control minus to zoom out and zoom to fit the timeline, and this is how it actually looks. Okay, so now the main thing is, what if I do have multiple layers over here. Okay, let's say I will just add another layer over here. And now I want to cut all of this layer at once. Okay, as you guys can see now, if I just put up any kind of cut, I am only cutting in one track. Okay, but let's say I do have all the objects over here, which I want to cut with one stroke. Okay, so make sure that you have your playhead over here. And now let's say I want to cut through all these three tracks. Okay, so in that case you need to make sure that you come over here and you just select this playhead, or let's come here, let's click on to this option. Okay, and if you do want to cut, you guys can come here and cut at the same zone exactly. So now this is how you guys can actually give up a cut. And now the place, let's say I have selected this part and now I want to delete this one. Okay, so I have put up a cut and this one is the unwanted part. And if I come here and if I just delete this one, I won't be able to recover that one again. But in case of trimming, you will be able to recover the objects which you have trimmed. Okay, so this was about that. Let's select all of it. Let's click on to delete. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I am going to place this particular video right over here. Let's place it over here. Okay, let's bring it over here at start. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this one a bit as well. Okay, so I will come here, I will just trim this one up a little bit, and I will just turn this back off again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this one maybe something around 1 second. Okay, so I will just trim this around 1 second, and again I will just take out this video and I am going to come here and I'm going to view this over here as well. Let's trim this one a little bit over here as well. And if you do want to turn it off, you guys can come here and turn it off as well. Okay, so let's try to understand about this particular option known as the trim edit mode. Let's say I do have this particular icon over here into the video and the total duration is 9 seconds and 4 frames. And if I take this trim edit mode, if I come here and if I just come here and if I just move this thing around, you guys are able to see that the total duration of my video won't basically change, but the object inside my frame is basically changing here in the first clip. Okay, so as you guys can see, I can just change the object over here which is there, and on my panel, okay, on my preview or the project panel, you guys can see there are 4 frames. Okay, so on the top left corner, you guys are able to see the first frame of my video in the timeline, and just beside that on the right hand side, you guys are able to see the last frame of the video. Okay, and also if you just come underneath on the left hand side, you guys are able to see that it is basically the first frame of the second footage, and lastly you guys are able to see the last frame of the second footage. Okay, so this is how it basically works. You guys can actually move it around. You guys are not changing the total duration, but you guys are just changing the object or the content inside your footage. Okay, so this is about that. And now again, if I come here, you guys can see you do have this particular option. Okay, so let me come here, let me turn it off. And if you want me to turn this one off again, let's come here, let's take the selection tool. And what I'm going to do is I am going to go with the dynamic trim mode. Okay, so if I come here, and if you want me to trim this thing down, I can come here and I can just trim this thing down as well. Okay, so if you want me to trim this thing down, you guys can come here and you guys can basically try to trim this thing down over here as well. Okay, so I will come here, let's take this particular mode, and what you guys can do is if you come right over here, if you want to trim it up, you guys can see this is how you guys can basically trim this thing down as well. And the same way, if you come over here, if you do want to move out the object, you guys can come here and move out the object as well. And this one is for the sleep one. Okay, so if you are using the sleep mode, and the same way, if you come over here and if you go with the slide mode, you guys can come here and you guys can basically slide down the object as well. Okay, so if you come here, let's take the selection tool, and over here with this particular tool, let's turn it back on again. If you have so many objects, let's say if I come right over here, and now what I want to do is I want to come here and I want to just cut this thing out. Okay, so I can come here and I can just cut these things out exactly the way I want. Okay, so again, you guys can just move this particular playhead. If you want to put out any cut over here, you guys can see you guys are able to put out the cut over here as well. Okay, so this is about the dynamic trim mode, and the shortcut key for that is W, and for the trim edit mode, it is T from our keyboard. Okay, so this was about all the editing tools present in DaVinci. So I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to use these editing tools in this particular software. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about this particular software itself. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9, where I'll be showing you guys about the inspector panel. Okay, so how you will be able to work into your inspector panel, how you will be able to change the values present over there. So we'll be learning about all these things over here into this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, that right now I am here in the edit page of DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so for let's first come over here and let's import this video over into my timeline. Okay, so let's just come here, let's just place it right over here. Okay, and as you guys can see that I do have my video right over here. Okay, so the thing what we are going to learn is about the inspector panel. Okay, so most of the times when we work over here in our software, we'll be using the inspector panel because there only we will be able to manipulate all of our values. Okay, so if you do want to do it from the screen itself, you guys can do that. As you guys can see here, also you do have the transform, the crop, the dynamic zoom. Okay, so all these options are also available over here into the inspector panel. So first we have seen about the metadata, where you guys will be able to see all the information regarding your video. Okay, as you guys can see, if you do want to see it more, you guys can come here and you guys can drag and drop it over here. If you do want to see more information about your video, you guys can come here and view that as well. Let me close the metadata over here. And now I want to have a single viewer mode, and let me on my inspector panel. Okay, so once you open your inspector panel, you guys can see that as this one is only a video, I do have the transform option, the smart reframing, the cropping, the dynamic zoom, the composition, if you do want to change up the speed of the video, and if you do have an unstable video, you guys can actually come here and basically work with this particular footage. Okay, so now let's come here and let's try to understand the concept over here. Okay, so let's first see about the transform option. Okay, so let's say you want to zoom in, or if you do have used any other video editing software in the past, like Adobe Premiere Pro, there they call it scaling. Okay, so scaling means if you do want to decrease the size of the frame, you guys can come here and decrease the size of the frame. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can just drag it and you guys can actually increase the size as well. Okay, so over here, as you guys can see now, this is how you guys can basically work over here. And also, if you just double click and if you just click on one and let's click on enter, this is how it will basically work. Okay. And also here you guys can see under zoom, you guys have the x-axis and the y-axis. So now when I'm changing the x-axis itself, the y-axis is also changing. Okay, so it's scaling down proportionally. Okay, so the width and the height is scaling at the same proportion. If you guys take a look again, here you guys can see the width is also changing. Okay, and the height over here is also changing. If you guys take a great look into my project window or into my project panel. Okay, so if you think, okay, let's come back, and if you want to come here, you guys can just click. Let's say you did some of the changes over here in any of these values, and now you thought, okay, I don't want those changes. I want the default one how it was before. So you don't have to do a lot of things together. Okay, you just need to come here onto the right hand side, just beside this diamond like structure. You do have this particular option. You guys can just click once and it will be back again with its default size. Okay, so you guys can come here, and from here what you guys can do is, let's say now you'd only want to change the y-axis. Okay, you do want to change the width from the side. In that case, what you're going to do is you are going to come here, and there is a chain like structure, okay, which shows that both of these values are linked. And as both of these things are linked, basically what happens is it will change the value altogether. Okay, but now let's say I don't want to change the value of the x-axis. I only want to change the value of the y-axis. Okay, so in that case, I will come here, I will just close this down. And now if I change the y-axis, if you guys take a look, you guys will be able to see that I am not able to change up anything. Okay, and now if you come here, you change the z-axis. Okay, here you guys can see now you are not able to change anything. Again, you guys can come here and you guys can turn on and off this link option. Okay, so let's come here, and again what you guys can do is, if you do want to zoom in and zoom out, you guys can also do that. Okay, so here you guys can see now I do have zoom out this one. And again, if you do want to change the x-axis, you guys see that you are able to change the x-axis. If you do want to change the y-axis, quite like this, now this is not proportional. So you guys can actually change the proportion of your footage. Okay, and once you're done, what you guys can also do is you guys can position the frame accordingly. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically change the proportion the way you like. Okay, so let's say I want to change the x-axis. Okay, the position of the x-axis over here. So what I can do is I can come here, I can just place it over here onto the left hand side. As you guys can see, if you do want to position it sideways, you guys can use the x-axis. And if you want to position it on the y-axis, or if you do want to position it from top and down, you guys can come here and you guys can move the y-axis to move top and down. Okay, so let's come here, let me place this thing exactly over here into the center. Okay, and let me tell you that for all the options over here, you do have the reset button. Okay, so over here to the right hand side, you guys can see that you do have this reset option over here. If you want to reset the value individually, you guys can come here and reset the value individually. But let's say you do have changed the whole transformation option. Okay, you do have changed the zoom, you do have changed the position, you do have changed the rotation angle, the pitch wah, and also the flip. In that case, now you are thinking, okay, I want to change each and everything under my transform option into default. Okay, so individually you don't have to come here and click all of this once. Okay, directly what you guys can do is on top you guys can see there is one icon just beside the transform option. All you need to do is you need to come here and click onto this option, and all will be resetted accordingly. Okay, so this was about the position, the transform option. And now let's say you do have this particular frame, and what you want to do is you do want to give this thing up a rotation. Okay, so if you do want to give this thing up a rotation, let's come here, and here you guys can see I do have a slider. So I can come here and I can basically slide this thing up, and here you guys can see that I am trying to give this one up a rotation. Let's say I will just double click over here and I will just put up a value of 90-degree. Okay, so I do have put up this one a 90-degree over here, and also I want to change only the position of the x-axis. Okay, so I will come here and I will just position this in one side. Let's say if you do want to give other rotation, you guys can come here, and now you guys can basically give up other rotation as well. Let's come here, let's put it around 0, and I will just click on enter. And here you guys can see now I don't have any rotation. Let's come and let's just move the position of the x-axis. Okay, let's come here, let's move out the position of the x-axis. And now as you guys can see that I do have given a rotation. But while giving the rotation, if you guys do have noticed that what I'm giving the rotation, it is getting rotated from this particular center. Okay, so the position from where it is giving you a rotation is known as the anchor point, which is my next point. Just underneath the rotation angle, you guys can see that I do have the anchor point option. Okay, let's come here, let's click on 0, let's click on enter. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to change up the anchor point. Okay, so here also under anchor point, as I have shown you that my anchor point is somewhere over here. Okay, as this was giving a rotation towards this particular place. So what I want to do now is I want to change the anchor point. Okay, so let's come here, let's move the anchor point on the x-axis, and also if you do want to move it on top, you guys can move. Now if you see that if I give a rotation, you guys can see that it is not giving me a rotation from the center. Okay, so here you guys can see the rotation is actually giving me from this particular side. Okay, so again the same way, if I want to come here, let's put on 90, and also x-axis, let's give 90 over here. And now if I give on a rotation, you guys can see it is giving a rotation from this particular end. So you guys can come here and choose the anchor point as well. So I will just click on 0, and on the y-axis also I will just put on 0, and I will just click on enter. Let's give this a rotation of 0 as well. So I will just click on enter over here. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood this particular 4 parts, okay, about the zoom, position, rotation, and the anchor point. So now next comes the pitch and the yaw. Okay, so if you do want to work on with pitch, here you guys can see using the pitch option, you guys can actually give out some of these 3D options over here. And the wow, it just does the same thing sideways. Okay, so here if you do have any kind of screen, let's say you have a video and over there you do have a screen on the side, or you want to just shape up your video quite realistically in a road or in the walls, you guys basically use this yaw and the pitch option. Okay, so this was about the pitch and the yaw. And next comes the flip option. Okay, so they're asking me that how do I want to flip my image? Okay, do I want to flip it proportionally, okay, or like horizontally, or do I want to do it in a landscape mode? Okay, so let's come here, and here you guys can see I have flipped this particular image. And also if you do want to flip it horizontally, you guys can come here and you guys can flip it accordingly over here as well. Okay, so once you are done, okay, let's say now you do have applied the smart reframing, the cropping option, the dynamic zoom option as well. Okay, so now what you want to do is you just want to turn off the transformation. Okay, you don't want to apply any values over here. Okay, so for that, what you can do is if you just come here and turn it back off, you guys can see that you are back over here again. Okay, so that doesn't mean that the transformation option which I had already put is basically gone. Okay, so if I do want to retrieve them back, I can come here, I can just on the transform option, and you guys can see I do have all of these values back again. Okay, so this was about the transform option. Now let's come here, let's go to this cropping option, and under cropping you guys can see, if I come here, let's turn off the transform option. Under cropping, if I do want to crop it from the left hand side, I will come here and I can just crop it from the left hand side over here. If you do want to do it from the right hand side, you guys can come here and basically do this from the right hand side here as well. If you want to do it from top, you guys can come here and do it from top. And if you want to do it from bottom, you guys can come here and do this thing from bottom as well. And also after cropping from all the size, okay, what you can do is you guys can select the softness towards the edges. Okay, if you guys take a close look onto the sides over here, you guys can see the cut is quite sharp. Okay, but here, if the same way, if you come here and if I just increase the softness, let's come here, let's just zoom out. Here you guys can see once I have increased the softness, the edge is not that sharp. Okay, so you guys can actually use this option as well according to yourself, the way you like. And also, if you do want to retain the image position, you guys can come here and you guys can just click on to this retain image position, and it will basically retain the position of your image. So for now, I will just turn this back off. And once you have done the cropping, you guys can basically apply the smart reframe. Okay, so this is an AI feature basically by DaVinci Resolve. So let me turn this off again. And from here now, if you do want to do the smart reframing, you guys can come here and you guys can do the smart reframing option. Okay, so totally depends what is the object of interest over here. Okay, so you guys can apply those things right over here. Okay, so this is the smart reframing option, how you want to reframe it. Let's say for that, I will come here and I will just pick out this particular video, which I will just put it over here on top. Okay, and after that, I'll just select this one, and here you guys can see the smart reframe option. Okay, so if you do want to select any reference point using which you want to actually do reframing, okay, so you guys can do that. Otherwise, if you do want to do the auto reframing, it will just try to understand the context of the image by itself, and it will reframe the whole thing all by itself. Okay, so you guys can actually apply all of these things right over here, which is quite an advanced feature in DaVinci. Okay, so after that, what I'm going to do is let's come here, let's go back again to the video frame one. Let's come here, let's just delete this video, and again I will just come here in my video frame one. And once I have applied this one, let's come here and let's try to understand about the dynamic zoom. Okay, so if you come here and if you take this dynamic zoom option, let's come here and let's close this thing down. Okay, so once I do have this dynamic zoom option, you guys can come here and select what is going to be the linear. So do I want it as linear? Okay, do I want it as ease in? Okay, do I want it as ease out? How do I want that? Okay, so for that, you guys can come here and you guys can just select the dynamic zoom option as well. Okay, so what it will basically do is here you guys can actually see there are two boxes. Okay, so the first box basically tells you that how you want it to zoom in or zoom out. Okay, so here this is the green box which I have over here. What I want to do is I want to come here, let's move this one right over here, and I want my video to zoom in accordingly towards this face from this whole frame. If I do want to decrease the frame size as well, I can come here and I can decrease the frame size from here as well. Okay, so I can also choose how I want it. Let's say first I will just put on linear. So now if I just play, here you guys can see it will just zoom out from this particular place. Okay, so you guys can see it will just eventually zoom out, and it totally depends on the duration of the image which you, or duration of the video which you have. Let's, if I now come here, if I just decrease the duration of my footage which I have right over here, let's come here and let's try to get my playhead. Okay, so I will come here, and what I'm going to do is I am going to move this thing apart. Let's come here. Let's try to move this thing over here on top a little bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this thing up as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's bring my playhead over here at the starting. And now here you guys can see it is zooming out quite fast. Okay, so here you guys can see it is zooming out quite fast over here. And the same way under the dynamic zoom, let's say I will just turn it back on again. And now I will just increase the size. And now over here, I will just select this green box over here. So this is the point or the reference point from where it will zoom out. Okay, so let's say I will come here and I will just play this thing up, and this is how it will basically look as I have did the linear. But the same way, if I bring my playhead at the start and I will just select the ease in option. Okay, so here you guys can see the ease in option. And the same way, let's bring my playhead at the start again. If you do want to apply the ease out, okay, let's play, and this is the ease out option. Okay, and lastly, I do have the ease in and the ease out option. Let's play this thing, and this is the ease in and the ease out option right over here. Okay, so that is the usage of the dynamic zoom. And as I've already showed you about cropping and also about the transform option, you guys also do have the same thing over here into this panel as well. Okay, so let me just close this thing down, the inspector panel. And once I've closed down the inspector panel, let's take out this footage. And you do have the transform, the crop option over here as well. So if you do want to crop, you guys can come here, and from here you guys can basically crop down your video footage. And if you do want to transform, you guys can come here and you guys can transform. If you do want to give some rotation, you guys can come here, give this rotation. If you do want to increase the size, you guys can come here and increase those sizes accordingly. Okay, so let's come here, let's go to this inspector panel. And once you're done with the dynamic zoom option, let's come here, let's turn the dynamic zoom option. And now the next option is the composite. Okay, so if you guys are basically familiar with other softwares like Photoshop, okay, so you guys will be able to know about this composite mode. Okay, so to make you understand about that, let's come here, let's bring out this particular image, and what I can do is I can just decrease the timing as well. Okay, so I will come here, and what I'll do is I will come here and let's just scale it down. Okay, so I will just scale it down right over here, and now I will just change its position. Okay, so let's come here, let's just change its position. Let's keep it on to one side. Okay, so sometimes what basically happens is once you're trying to put out any kind of watermark or any kind of scenarios, in that case, what happens is you don't want that particular thing to be visible like 100% the way it is now. So in that case, you guys can actually change the composite mode. So let's say if you can come here and you guys can actually check which one looks better. You guys can see it is basically changing. You guys can come here and use this one, and just you need to make sure that if you do have a video or if you do have any image which is in white color, okay, make sure to use the darken option if you do want to darken those colors. And if you do have a black color, make sure to click on to the add option. Okay, so you guys can come here, check whichever looks good, and you guys can apply that. And once you are happy with the one which you have selected, let's say I am happy with the add option, I can come here and I can just decrease the opacity as well. Okay, so if you are happy with that one, you guys can actually check the opacity as well. Let's keep the opacity at 50% over here. Okay, so I will come here, and what I can do again is I will come here, select this one, right click, and if you do want to copy this one, you guys can come here and copy. Let's come here and let's click on paste. Okay, so I do have pasted that particular thing as well. Let's come here on top. Let's place it right over here into the video frame number 3. Okay, so I will come here, I will just decrease the size from here or this particular end as well. Okay, let's come down from here. Okay, And what you guys can do is you guys can just bring your playhead somewhere over here. Okay, let's come here. Let's bring my playhead where I will be able to see both of these things. Okay, so let's come here. Let's bring my playhead somewhere over here. Okay, as I do want to see. Okay, so let's come here. Let's select this one. And if you do want to move this thing, you guys can come here and you guys can just position or change up the position as well. Okay, so I will come here. Let's change the position onto the other side of the frame. Okay, and now this one looks good. Okay, so if I just play this thing around, this is how it looks. Let's select this one and let's increase the size, and also let's select this one. Let's increase the size from this end as well. Okay, so now let's come here. Let's play this thing up, and this is how it will basically look. And if you do want to change up the positioning a bit, you guys can come here and change up the positioning a bit as well. Okay, so this was about the composition option. And let's say I will just select up this video, and what I want to do is I want to actually increase the speed and all, okay, which we will be learning later, how you will be able to increase the speed of your video, how you will be able to decrease the speed of your video. Okay, so this is about the speed change option. And also if you do have an unstable video, okay, which actually moves up a lot, and now what you want to do is you just want to uh, stabilize the video. Okay, so in that case, first you guys can actually select the cropping ratio, you guys can select the smoothness and also the strength of the video. Let's come here, let's click on stabilize, and it is initializing, or it is applying the stabilization over here into my footage. So all I need to do is now wait. So guys, my video has been basically been stabilized. Okay, so if I play now, you guys can see there is a difference. Okay, so you guys can come here, check out the cropping ratio. If you don't want to smoothen it, you guys can do that. And also you guys will be able to select the strength. Okay, so here you guys can also check the lens correction. Okay, if you do want to distort it, you guys can come here and distort the lens over here onto the side. Okay, and if you do want to do it more, you guys can come here and you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so you guys can just choose the lens correction, and if you want DaVinci to do the same thing for you, you guys can click on analyze, and the DaVinci AI will basically do this thing for you as well. Okay, and if you do want to come here, if you do want to do the retiming and scaling, okay, if you do want to resize any kind of filter, you guys can do that. And lastly, you do have the super scaling option. Okay, if you do want to super scale, like this particular footage, you want to actually enhance its size by twice. Okay, so in that case, if you just turn the super scale option on here, if you do want to do the 4x, you guys can come here, increase these options. And if you do want to increase the noise reduction as well, you guys can actually do all these things right over here. Okay, so I will come here, and for now I will turn this back off again. And now let's play this thing up. Okay, so let's come here, let's click on to my spacebar. Okay, and let's just try to play this thing up accordingly. Okay, so if you come here, if you want to play it, you guys can come here and play this thing up as well. Okay, so over here, I do think that you guys have understood this class on how you will be able to change the composition, and over here how you'll be able to change the transform option, the cropping, dynamic zoom, the stabilization, and time and rescaling. Okay, so these are the inspection options in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so I think you guys have understood. And here, if you have any video which have an audio also, you guys can see that here you do have the audio editing options. If you do have any kind of effects, which we will learn later into our classes, and in next class we're learning about transition. And let's say you do have an image, you guys will be able to come here and change the properties of your image itself. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work right over here. Okay, so if you come here, let's say, let's go back, or let's just come here and let's just decrease the size. Okay, so you guys can come here, and if you do want to decrease the size, you guys can come here and decrease it accordingly. Okay, so this was about the inspector panel. If you do want to see more information about the footage, you guys can come here, go to this file option and check out the information about this particular footage as well. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just close this thing down quite over here. Let's come and let's decrease the size. Let's try to reset this particular UI. Go to workspace, and from here, if you click on reset UI, you guys can see I do have resetted the UI which I had worked on. Okay, so if you do want to do the same thing, let's come here. Let's just decrease the space over here, and you guys can see I do have this particular footage. Okay, and over here, if you do want to decrease the video footage number 3, you guys can come here and you guys can just do that over here as well. Okay, so this was before. Okay, let's come here, let's increase it a bit. So if you want to see, so let's just come here, let's take this footage, and if I just play this one, this is how the original footage is. And now if you do want to see this footage, let's come here, let's just play this. This is how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see there is a lot of difference. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we will be learning about transitions in DaVinci Resolve. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, where I'll be showing you guys about the transition effects in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so we'll see how you will be able to use transition between your videos. Okay, what is a cut transition, how you will be able to change the values of those transitions as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the home page of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so this is basically the edit page, as you guys already know, and I do have my footages onto my media pool. Okay, so the thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some of these videos. Okay, so I'm going to get some of these videos over here into my timeline. Let's place those videos right over here. If you do want me to trim these videos, I can come here, trim those videos as well. And let's put these videos right over here as well. And let's just move this one apart. And what I can do is I can just come here and I can just trim those things down as well. Okay, so I will just trim this video right over here. Let's add another video. Okay, let's come here and let's try to see this video, which I had used a lot many times throughout this tutorial. Okay, so let's come here, let's decrease the size a little bit. And what you can do now is you guys can just click to zoom to fit here into your whole timeline. Okay, so now I'm able to see all of these footages right over here at once. Okay, so in last class, we do have talked about this inspector panel. Okay, so now you do want to put some kind of transition in between these videos. Okay, like if you come here, if I just move my playhead and let's say I will just play this thing up. Okay, and if you just take a look over here, you guys can see the transition between this video and coming to this another video, there is a cutout. Okay, so there is not a smooth transition between both of these videos. Okay, so in some places the cut transition looks good, and while I'm showing you guys about the transition effects, you need to make sure that you don't use transition quite often or don't overuse it. Okay, so if you overuse anything, let's say if you put too much of effects in your video, if you put too much of coloring, or if you put too much color grading in your video, this might actually decrease the value, or it might actually decrease the total beauty of your video. Okay, so once you have this kind of cut, okay, this straight cut over here between both of this video is basically known as the cut transition. Okay, but here if you do want to put any customized transition, there are a lot of options available in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so let's come here and let's look about that, how these things are basically done. Okay, so first thing first, let's go here into my media pool. Let's close it down. And from here, let's go and let's open up my effects panel. Okay. So over here, as you guys can see, under effects panel, under toolbox, I do have different transitions over here. Okay. So the first thing under transition is the video transition. And the next thing is the audio transition. If I come here, click on to the video transitions, you guys can see I do have dissolve, I do have the iris option. Over here, you guys can see I do have a shape, the wipe option, and there are a lot of things more. Okay, so I'm not telling you guys to check all of these things out, but I'll be showing you guys all the basics ones right over here. Okay, so if you come here and if you just click over here once, let's say if I just come over here and if I just click, okay, let's say I do want to see the transition of how it actually looks. Okay, so if you just hover your mouse over this, you guys can see how it will basically transit over here in this particular media pool. Okay, so you guys can see over here how it will basically transit from one video to the other. And out of all of these transitions, you guys can see that this particular transition, they do have this red color mark. Okay, so what do you mean by that? So you guys might think, but this one is basically the default transition. Okay, so if you do want to put any kind of transition, let's say if I come here, if I just place up this gap over here, okay, so now if I just select this and if I just right click on my mouse, you guys can see I do have different option. Okay, so they're asking that do I want to add 6 frame of cross dissolve? Do I want to add 20 frames of cross dissolve, which is around 1 second? Okay. Or do I want to add 48 frames cross dissolve? Okay. So as the cross dissolve is the default one, I can come here. And if I do want to come here and let's say I want to make this one as the standard transition or the default transition, once I click this one here, you guys can see this particular red sign is now moved from the cross dissolve to the additive dissolve option. Okay, again, I can right click and I can just set this one as the standard transition. Okay, so I will add this one as the standard transition over here. And well, there are different ways of how you will be able to put on transitions. Okay, so let's come to this particular point. And now if you do want to put out any kind of transition, you guys can come here and you guys can drag this one and make sure to drop it right over here. Okay, so there are different ways of how you will be able to apply transition. Okay, so if I come here, let's say I can just put it in different ways. One is I do want to put it right over here. Okay, one is if I do want to put it in the first footage in the last frame, do I want to put it here in the center, or I want to put it in the first frame of my second video or the second footage which I have over here in my timeline. And if I don't want to put anywhere, I can come here and I can just select a default. Let's come here, bring the cross dissolve over here, and I can make sure to put this cross dissolve right over here itself. Okay, so make sure that you select this one, make sure you put it right over here, and you guys can actually increase the size of the transition as well. Okay, and individually, if you want to work on with this one, you guys can come here and place it right over here in one side. Okay, so I will just Control Z, back again, Control Z over here, and there are also different ones. You guys can just see up a preview of how it will disappear. So here, this is how it will just go off. And this is the cross iris. Here you guys can see this is the oval iris. Okay, so you guys can come here and check all of these options out. Okay, so it totally depends on you how you do want it to work. Okay, and here this is the center wipe option. Okay, let's come here, and if you do want to apply it over here, you guys can come here and apply it right over here again. And let's say I want to make some changes. I will select this transition. Let's go to inspector option, and under inspector, you guys can see that I do have this transition type. Okay, and you need to understand that the transition type basically, or the transition properties over here, basically depends on the type of transition you're choosing on. Okay, so here also, if you do want to reset these values, I have already showed you guys in my last class where I had explained you guys about the inspector panel. Okay, now also we are working in inspector panel, but now we are talking about transition in detail. Okay, so now we are talking about transition, and now let's come here. If you do want to change the transition type, let's say I want to take the additive dissolve. Okay, you guys can see the changes over here. Okay, the properties are basically being changed. Okay, so let's say if you do want to put it right over here on one side, okay, you guys can come here and put it at the starting of a video. And here, if you do want to put it over here in the center, this particular transition, you guys can come here and you guys can basically do that over here as well. Okay, so if you do want to put it right over here, and where do you want to basically start? Okay, you can select the start ratio, and you can also select the end ratio, and also how you want your transition to be, like how you want it. Do you want it to ease in? Do you want it to ease out? Do you want to customize it? You guys can come here and you guys can customize the transition curve from here itself. Okay, so now let's come here. If you do want to change the duration, you guys can come here, and let's say I want to take it at 2.5 seconds. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just place this one right over right somewhere over here. Okay, so I will just come here and I will just play, and here you guys can see the transition is quite slow, which I don't want. Okay, let's go with 0.5 seconds. Okay, so if I just click on enter, let's come here to this particular point again, and now let's just play it up. And here you guys can see the transition is quite smooth. And if you do want to ease in, you guys can come here and use this ease in option, and let's just play this thing up. And here you guys can see the transition looks quite great. And if you do want to change it again, you guys can come here and you guys can change it from here itself. And let's say if you do want to delete it, you guys can come here and you guys can just delete it right from your screen itself. Okay, let's come here. Let's click on delete option, and it is basically being deleted. Let's come here. Let's try to change deep to color to dissolve. You guys can come here, place this one wherever you want, and there are other options as well. You guys can go down, check out all of these options. If you want to zoom in, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically zoom in and zoom out. And over here also you guys can see that you guys can put up the transition at any cut possible. Okay, so now let's move this thing up, and also let's go over here on top. If you do want to have the slide option, you guys can also get a preview of how it will basically work. Okay, so let's come over here. Let's put on some smooth cut. Okay, let's come here. Let's place it. Okay, let's come here. And now if you just play this thing, okay, you guys will be able to see the changes as well. Okay, let's go to the transition. You guys can select how you do want to align it. Okay, let's say I want to align it over here in one side. I can align it and how you want it. Okay, what is the mode? Do you want it faster? You guys can come here and select the ease in mode as well. Okay, so come here and select this ease in mode from here itself. Let's increase the size to 1.5 sec. Okay, and once you're done, let's play this thing up. And over here, you guys are able to see the difference over here into the transition. Okay, so I will come here, I will just play this thing up, and over here you guys will be able to see that particular smooth cut. Okay, so once you are done with that, what you guys can do is you guys can come here, and let's say I will just come to this particular cut, and over here also I do want to put on some blur. Okay, let's say I will come here, I will just place it right somewhere over here. Okay, so I want to place it somewhere right over here. And also you guys can see that I do have this multiple cuts over here. Okay, and here you guys can select the in and out option. Okay, so for the out here, you guys can see I do have the blur dissolve. Okay, so let's come here, let's just select this thing up. Let's come here, let's select this thing, and here I do have blur dissolve. And also I can select what is going to be the horizontal strength of my blur. I can select what is going to be the vertical strength of my blur. I can select the start ratio. When do I want to basically start it? And also I do want to select the end ratio. If you want to put out any transitional curve, okay, like you want to customize the ease in and the ease out, how you want the curve to appear on your screen, you guys can use this particular option over here as well. Okay, and let's say you want to select, you want to have in all the transition, you want to have it for 1 seconds. Okay, so in that case, now from your inspector panel under the transition options, you guys can basically set this one as the default duration. Okay, so now if I select this one as the default duration, okay, so now let's come here, let's just select this one, let's delete this thing, and whatever thing I take, okay, whatever transition I take from here, let's say if I take this iris, arrow iris. Okay, so here you guys can see by default only it will give me a duration of 1 seconds, or which is around 24 frames. Okay, so I will come here, let's see the transition from here. Okay, let's just play it with my mouse, and over here this is how it will appear. And if I do want to work with this one individually, you guys can select what is going to be the aspect ratio. Over here you guys can select the aspect ratio, you guys can select how the rotation is going to be, and also you guys can, if you do want to put out any feather, you guys can put out any feather, and also you guys can choose out the color you want while transition. Okay, so I can just put on some of the color codes over here. So let me tell you about one website from where you guys can actually get different kind of colors, which is Color Hunt. Okay, so from there basically we guys will be able to get different kind of color codes, which we can come here and apply that same code over here in the HTML option, and we will get that desired color which we are looking for. So for now I will just come here, I will cancel this thing up. Now once you're done with this, you guys can select, as I will come here, let's select this color, and now I will just click on OK. And now let's see this transition over here. Okay, let's come here, let's place it somewhere over here, and now let's place it, and here you guys can see the color and the feather has been changed a little bit. Okay, so maybe not a lot. Okay, let's come here again, let's add up a border, and here you guys can see during the transition. Okay, let's come here, and over the transition I will just turn off the snap for now. Okay, let's come here, and if you just take a look here, now you guys can see that I do have the feather while the transition. Okay, but if I turn off the feather, you guys can see I do have this particular color of border. Okay, so in the border I do have this particular color while it's transitioning, and also I can choose the ease in, ease out, or do I want a custom. So let me take the ease in option. Okay, let's come here and let's just play this thing up again, and this is how it will basically transit. Okay, totally depends on you how you want to work with that. Okay, so this was about the video transition, and under audio transition also you guys can see I do have these three options over here. But under video transition you guys are able to see that I do have a lot of options over here. Okay, and for different kind of transitions they do have the in and out, as I have also showed you guys. As here in the blur dissolve, they're asking me how I, while it's coming in as a blur, how I want it to appear, what is going to be the aspect ratio, what is going to be the border, and also how you are actually looking to offset to the center. Okay, all of these things basically matter. And if you go here into the out option, here you guys can see how it you want it to disappear, like what is going to be the horizontal strength, what is going to be the vertical strength, and what is going to be the start ratio, what is going to be the end ratio. So totally you guys can work with this one and also experiment with all of this transition. Check out which transition looks good with your video. Okay, make sure that when you're working over here you do have a good knowledge about transition, and don't overuse all of these features, because once you overuse all of these things it will kind of look unprofessional and it will look that you are a beginner. Okay, I do understand that you are getting started with DaVinci Resolve, but you don't want others to feel that, oh, you're just getting started. Because once you put on some professional touch into your video, it will give a good impression of your work to others. So make sure to do it in a correct manner and also in a correct amount. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to work on with transition. Okay, so different kind of transitions over here. Let's say if I come here and let's say I want to give out a cut. Let's select my blend tool. Let's come here. Let's give this one uppercut. Let's place my mouse over here. Okay, let's take the selection tool. Let's come over here and I want to put out another transition. Let's say I want to put the additive dissolve, or let's say I want to put the non-additive dissolve. I can come here and I can just place it right over here in the center itself. Okay, and if you do want to increase the size, let's come here, select this one. Now let's increase the duration over here. Let's come here and let's put it up for 2 seconds. And now if I just play this thing up, you guys can see now there is a great transition between that. And let's say instead of this one, non-additive dissolve, let's go with the cross iris. Okay, so once I do have this cross iris option, let's play this thing. And here also now you are not able to see any changes. Okay, so let's go with blur dissolve over here. So now let's play this one. And here you guys can see there is a blur dissolve of 2 seconds where I can check what is going to be the horizontal strength. Let's come here, decrease this somewhat to 0.5. Okay, so let's come here, let's select 0.5, let's click on enter, or let's come here and let's go with 0.5. Okay, so yeah, this looks good. 0.5 over here. And now let's see the changes. What changes does it show me? And here you guys can see the strength is not much over here. And also I will select what is going to be the vertical strength. Let's select this one as well as 0.5. Okay, so I will just click on enter. I will select what is going to be the start ratio. Let's go with 30. And over here, now towards the end ratio, let's go with 90. Okay, so I will just click on enter. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, let's come here. Let's just play this thing up. And this is how it will appear. Okay, so this was about transition. I hope you guys do got an basic idea about how you are going to work. Okay, so yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about effects. Okay, how you will be able to apply effects, different ways to put it, about the adjustment layer as well. So take care, everyone. See you all in the next chapter. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 11, where I'll be showing you guys about different kind of video effects in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so in last class, we do have learned about the transitions, how you will be able to apply those into your video footage over here. We'll be learning about these video effects. Okay, not only about transition, but different kind of effects which are available in DaVinci Resolve. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that I am here in the edit page. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do again is I am going to import some videos. Okay, so from here, let's search, or let's take this video right over here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to import this particular footage over here onto my timeline. Okay, so over here, you guys can actually check this out at this particular place as well. Let's bring this down right from here. Okay, I will just place this thing again right over here at the start. And here you guys can see the total duration of the video which I have over here is 9 seconds and 13 frames. Okay, so from here, what you are going to do, the first thing first. Okay, so you are going to come here And let's say you do want to put on some effect. Okay. So for now, I will just turn on off this transformation option. So how do you get the effects option? Okay. So for that, what you need to do is you need to go here on top. And from here, you guys can see that just beside the media pool, you do have the effects option. Let's turn off this media pool. And now, in last class, we do have learned about transitions. But over here, let's directly go on to this effects option. Okay, so if you come here under effects, you guys can see that here you do have the fusion composition. Here you have the adjustment clip, which we'll be talking about later. And under fusion effects, you do have all of this effects option. And if you just come down under open FX, here you guys can see there is a different kind of blur, and over here you do have the resolve FX color, and also here you do have different kind of filters. Okay, so if you do want to see a preview as well, you guys can come here and you guys can basically check up a preview. Okay, so if you do want to check out any preview over here of how this actually looks, you guys can come here and you guys will be able to do that from here. So there are different ways of how you will be able to apply those effects. Okay. So there are different ways. Okay. So if you do have any footage, okay, let's come here and here you guys can see this is the binocular effect which I have over here. And now let's go to this colored border. You will be able to see this particular option as well for the colored border. So let's come here and what you guys can do is instead of uh, looking it from here, I will just take this video call effect and what I'll do is I will just drag and drop this one over here into my footage. Okay. And how you will be able to know that this particular thing is basically applied. Okay. So over here, you guys can see there is this small icon known as the effects. It shows that my video basically do have an effect. Okay, and to control the effects, you need to go to your inspector panel. From inspector panel, you guys need to go over here into the effects panel. Okay, so here you guys can see at once I do have applied multiple effects. Okay, you guys can actually apply multiple effects, but let me come here and let me delete the rest, whatever I don't want. Okay, so I will just all this one. Let's go here. Let's decrease this one. And now I only do have the video call option. Okay. So over here, you guys can basically see that I do have this particular thing applied. And over here, if you guys take a look that the thing which I applied over here under effects is in fusion effects. Okay. So as you guys can see, it is in fusion effects. But if I come here into the open FX option, and let's say if I come here and if I just put out any blur box, okay, I can come here and I can place it right over here as well. Okay, so if you do want any kind of radial blur, you guys can apply that radial blur as well. So let's say if I come here and if I just apply this over here onto my footage, it won't show me in the fusion effect option. Basically, it will show me in the open FX option. Okay, so under this here, you guys can see that I do have a lot of options right over here. And here also it works only the same way how I have showed you guys in last class in transition. Okay, so it totally depends on the options underneath, totally depends on the thing which we are choosing over here. Okay, so let me cancel this one. Let's go to fusion. And from here, what I can do is I will just open this video call option up. And now under controls, you guys can see I do have the positioning option. Okay, so first let's try to move out the position. And as you guys can see, I am just moving it all apart. Okay, so again, I will come here and I will just click onto this icon to bring it back again. Okay, so if you do want to move it on top a little bit, let's move this one up. And again, I will just click over here to get back to the default page. And if you do want to zoom this one a little bit, you guys can put on the values. Otherwise, what you guys can basically do is you guys can actually use this slider. Okay, so over here, you guys can come here and you guys can basically increase or decrease it accordingly. And just under here, you guys can see that I do have this color. on the particular background. And if I do want to change it, I will double click right over here and I do have this color option. Okay. So if you do want to pick any color from here, you guys can come here and basically pick, and you are able to see the color on the background as well. So if you do want this particular color, let's say if you want this pink color, you guys can get those things as well. And also if you want to put on some values, you guys can come here and you guys can put on those values as well. So I will come here, I will just click on OK, and I do have changed the color of this particular background. Okay. And if you come down here, you guys can see if you individually want to change the red, green, and the blues of the color which you have chose, which is the RGB. Okay, you guys can come here and also can change the alpha. Okay, you guys can also do that. And also now you guys can individually change all of this object color. Let's say over here, you guys can see this is basically the call button color. Let's say instead of red, I want to take out a different color. And if I click on OK, you guys can see this is the call button is being changed to orange color right now. And individually, if you do want to change it from here, you guys can see it will kind of change the color quite like this. Okay, so here individually, and also if you do want to put on some shadows, okay, if you do want to increase the strength of the shadow, if you guys take a look just outside, okay, and once I increase the strength here, you guys can see the shadows are quite well visible. Okay, and also if you want to select at what angle you do want to put it, here you guys can see, you guys can basically choose the angle over here, and also you guys can select what is going to be the drop distance, and you guys can actually decrease, or let's say I will just increase the blur, and also you guys will be able to choose the color of the shadow as well. Okay, so I will come here, let's click on OK, and here you guys can see on the background I do have the color as well. Okay, so this were the options underneath this video call effect. Okay, and now if you want to delete this one, you guys can click onto this delete filter option, and over here you guys can see that you do have this effects option again. So if you just click over here, and if you want to redo each and everything, you guys can come here and redo each and everything. So as I do have clicked on that particular option under the effects, over here you guys can see I am redirected into my Fusion page. Okay, so I won't be showing you guys anything much about Fusion, but this is the Fusion page, and over here we will be able to work on with the motion graphics, as well as we'll be working over here with the VFX. Okay, it will give some nice touch into our video, which will make it more better. Okay, you guys can come here, modify those things out to make it look better. Okay, so for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into my edit page, and after that, instead of controls, I hope you guys do have understood about the controls. And if you want to come here onto the settings option, if you do want to put any kind of comments, you guys can come here and you guys can put out the comments as you liking. Okay, so I will come here, let's turn this back off again, and what you're going to do is I'm going to turn it back off over here again. Let's come here, let's decrease the size over here. I will just turn it off back again, and what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I'm going to put out some different effects. Let's go to my media pool, and I will just close down the effects option over here. And from now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out a different footage. Let's come here. Let's take out this footage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to join this footage. Let's turn on my snapping. And also let's click on to the zoom to fit timeline option. Okay, so over here now I am able to see both of the footages. Okay, so what's the difference between both the footages over here? So if you take a closer look into my first footage, you guys will be able to see that on the right hand side they do have these star like icons. Okay, over here you guys can see it on my mouse, but here on my second footage I don't have anything as such. Okay, so what's the difference, what it is all about? Okay, so here you guys can see that this footage actually contains an effect. Okay, that's why it's showing me this particular stars. But now if I come here into this particular frame, and from here let's close down the inspector option, and from here what I'm going to do now first is I'm going to come here into the inspector panel. Let's go on top and let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I don't want to zoom in totally. So I will just keep it somewhat around zero point 0.9. And while I'm doing this one, let's come here. Let's turn off the media pool. And from here, let's go to effects. And what I can do now is I will come here. And if I do want to apply some blur to some particular point, let's say I will just move out my playhead and I will just click on B from my keyboard. And let's come here. Let's turn this particular thing on. Let's give it a cut and let's give it a cut over here. So now I will just select my selection tool again. Let's select this middle part over here. And now what I'll do is I will just place my mouse on top of this or my playhead on top of this. And let's try to apply some kind of blur over here, okay, which will give it some good effect. Okay, so for that, what I'll do is I will come here. Let's go and let's place the Gaussian blur on top of this. Okay, so I do have applied the Gaussian blur over here, and it's not showing me under the fusion option, but instead it's showing me under the open effects option, because over here in my effects panel as well, it's showing me in the open FX option as well. Okay, so once I am done, I can come here, I can just change the strength. Okay, so I will come here, I can basically check on to the strength how I do want it to be. And also, as you guys can see, once I'm increasing the strength, both are moving all together. Okay, all because I do have this option marked, okay, which is same horizontal and vertical. So I'll again unlink this one by unmarking. And what I can do is I can come here, I will just change the vertical strength. And again, over here, I will change the horizontal strength. Okay. And also, what kind of border are you looking for? Do you want a black border? Are you looking for a replicate one? And are you looking for a reflect? Or you're looking for a wrap around border? You guys can select those things. And also under the global blend, if you come here, if you just decrease it maybe to something around 960, okay, this kind of looks the same. Okay, and if you just close down the alpha, here you guys can see the changes on the borders. So if you turn this on, here you guys can see there is kind of a feather on the sides, which gives it a more nice effect. So if you want me to show you guys the full preview, let's come here, let's play this thing up, and over here, you guys can see that you do have this part blurred out. Okay, so now let's come here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on some transition. Let's come here, and over here, let's go with this cross dissolve. Okay, so I will come here and I will just place the cross dissolve over here and another cross dissolve over here as well. Okay, so I will just put out another cross dissolve over here. Let's select this one. Okay, I will just select this effect, and the duration is 1 second, which I want as zero point 0.5. Okay, so I will just click on 0.5 and enter. And the same way, let's select this one. Okay, I will just select this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to select both of this. Let's say 0.5, enter. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks. Okay, let's come here, let's play this thing up, and this is how you guys can see it will actually show. Okay, so now it actually looks better. Okay, so now the transition also looks quite smooth over here, and this is how it will disappear again. Okay, if you do want to increase this a little bit, you guys can come here and let's say increase this one a little bit. And now let's turn off the snap and let's play this thing up. And yeah, now this one is quite smooth. So once you have applied this one, and now let's say I do have both of these footage joined with one another. Okay, so let's come here, let's just play this thing up. Okay, so if you do want to play it, you guys can come here and play this thing up as well. But now what happens is, okay, I do have showed you guys about the OpenFX option. Okay, let's say if I come here, I have showed you guys about effects. Okay, let's come and let's select this footage. And now let's go to the effects option. Okay, you guys can just apply those things up. Okay, so here you guys can see I have showed you guys about the open FX, the fusion. Okay, I have showed you guys both of these options. Now let's say what you want to do is you do have multiple footages now over here, and now you there is one common thing which you want to apply in all of it. Okay, there is a common effect. Let's go to the effects option, and now you want to apply this in all of these things. If you do want to apply this night vision option, or let's say if you come here, if you just apply this one, you guys can actually apply this one as well. Come here, take all of these things out. You guys can check these options out as well. So select this, let's delete this one. And over here, you guys actually just get preview. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to select things, you guys can come here and select those things out as well. Let's say I want to apply this binocular option to all of these videos. Okay, all the footages which I have over here. Okay, so in that case, individually, each and every time, you don't have to come here, select this, drag and drop this one in the first footage, again in the second footage, third, fourth. So it is quite time consuming. But the thing which you guys can do is you guys can come here and you guys can basically apply it on the adjustment layer. Okay, so under effects, you guys can see on top, you do have the adjustment clip and also the fusion composition. Okay, so I will come here, I will just select my adjustment clip and maybe place it just on top of my whole footage. Okay, so I will come here, I will just extend the size of this one the way I want. Let's turn on my snapping. And after that, what I'm going to do is here you guys can see it's basically snapping. So I will select my adjustment layer. And what I'll do is I will just select any kind of effects, whether it be a fusion effect or it is an open effects or is this a filter. Okay, so you guys can come here. You guys can see that I do have different filters as well. Okay, so if you do want me to see here under resolve effects, you guys can see I do have a lot of filters. So for me, if I try to show you each and everything over here in detail, it will take a lot of time. Okay, so I'm just showing you guys the basic one which I use, and you guys can also use for yourself or your project. Okay, so let's come here and let's try to understand about the adjustment layer. Okay, so let's go to effects, and from here now I will take any effects. Let's come here, drag and drop down, not onto the footage, but onto your adjustment layer. Okay, and once you have applied it onto your adjustment layer, you guys can see that there is this effect option. That means that this particular footage contain effect. So let's come here, go to the effect option, and you guys can go to the controls, and under controls you guys can see that you guys will be able to increase the blur strength over here. Let's say I will just come here and I will just decrease it maybe to 1.1, and also here this is the aberration distance. Okay, you guys can come here and maybe I will just put it somewhat around 0.75. Okay, so I will just click on enter, and over here again what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the aberration strength. Okay, so which is around 0.645. Okay, so otherwise I will come here and I will just make this one as zero point 0.5. Okay, so I will just click on enter. Then also here you guys can select what is going to be the vignette strength. Okay, so you guys can come here, you guys can actually select what is going to be the strength, how sharp this is going to be, or how blurry on the sides it's going to be. So here you guys can see about the blacks and the whites over here. You guys need to make sure that the vignette strength is actually up to the mark. Okay, so I will just go with 0.25 over here. Let's click on enter. Then you guys can actually select what is going to be the vignette size. Okay, you guys can come here. Let's go with 0.5 again. And over here, you guys can actually select the sharpness. Okay, so let's come here. Let's increase the sharpness to 6.5. Let's click on enter. And over here, you guys can actually select the blur in the edges as well. Okay, so I will just select the edges or the blur of the edges. And here you guys can select, see what is going to be the blur under the mask, and also the eye position, the eye width, and under settings, you guys can add any kind of comments. Okay, so now if you just play your video throughout, okay, you guys will be able to see that here you will be able to see this footage as well. Okay, so now let's come here, let's try to play this thing up. So now let's come over here back again, and you guys can see that it is being applied throughout. Okay, so here it is being applied in this particular footage and over into the blurred zone as well, where I do have applied. Here you guys can see. And now if I come over here into the adjustment layer, it is also being applied. Okay, so let's come to the adjustment clip over here on top. And if you do want to position it, you guys can come here and you guys can change its position as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you do guys have understood this particular class on how you will be able to do video effects or apply those into your videos. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where I'll be showing you guys into the same footage how you will be able to edit your audio. Okay, so I do have actually this audios which I am going to apply. Okay, so there are different audios which I do have downloaded. There are different websites from where you guys can download different music, different sound effects, and different audios. So there is FreePic, there is Pixabay, so you guys can actually check out all of those websites, and there are more. Okay, but for me, basically I do use both of that website. So yeah, see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 12, where I'll be showing you guys about editing the audio. Okay, so we'll be learning how you will be able to edit the audio in DaVinci Resolve. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, this is the same project in which we worked in our last class. Okay, so let me take my playhead into the first frame again. And now we are going to talk about simple audio editing. Okay, so to put up any kind of audio, you guys can basically check this one out over here. Okay, so what I can do is I will just check these things out and I will drag and drop this one over here onto my timeline. Okay, so I will just drag and drop it over here onto the timeline. Let's come here and let's just decrease the size from here itself. Let's trim this down a little bit, and over here I will trim this a bit as well. And what I can do is I can come here and I will just put out it as the same size. Okay, let me come here, let me just put this one over here and same exact size. Okay, so once you're done with this particular part, make sure your snapping is on. I will come here, I will just adjust this particular layer as well. Okay, so now if you do want to link all of this, you guys can come here and you guys can select all this thing, right click, and you guys can link all these clips together. Okay, if you do want to move it later with the same, okay, like if you don't want to move it one by one, but in that case you want to move all of this all together. Okay, so you guys can basically do that. So now let's come here. If you do want to view this frame a bit bigger, you guys can come here and you guys can basically have multiple audios. Okay, so over here I have already told you guys what is in my solo, how you can actually mute up a track, and also this is the auto track selector. Okay, and using this one you guys can basically log the track. Okay, and after that, let's come here, let's select this particular thing up. And if you do want to actually check the audio range, you guys can click onto the mixer option. And from here, if you do want to increase the volume, you guys can come here and increase the sound level from here. You guys can select at what level you want this thing to be. Again, if you just click onto the mixer option, it will just close down accordingly. Okay, so that is the usage of this audio. Okay, and again, if you click onto this sound library if you want. If you do have the premium version of DaVinci Resolve, from here you will be able to get different kind of sounds from DaVinci itself. Okay, so if you come right over here, if you do want to add any kind of effects over here, you guys can also do that. Okay, so in that case, basically let's select this one, and from here you guys can go to the inspector panel, and from the inspector panel you guys can see that you will be able to check out the volume. Okay, if you do want to increase the volume, you guys can come here and increase the volume accordingly. If you want to decrease that, you guys can do that. And here you do have the pan option. If you come here and now let's just play this thing up, and here you guys can see that how loud the music is. Okay, so for me, I will just decrease this one by 50 over here. Let's come down over here again. And if you do want to play this thing again, you guys can come here and you guys can just play this thing accordingly. Okay, if you do want to move out the pan, and again, if you want to redo this thing, you guys can redo that as well. Okay, so here, if you do have any kind of voice, if you want to use the voice isolation, and also you guys can check out the pitch, and also if you do want to change the speed, okay, of the music, you guys can come here and change up the speed of the music as well. Okay, and next and last comes the equalizer. If you do want your equalizer option, you guys can come here and turn on to the equalizer option as well. And basically you guys will be able to manipulate these options. Let's say if you do want to increase or decrease, you guys can come here and do these things accordingly. Okay, let's come here, and if you do want to move this thing apart, you guys can come here and move this thing apart as well. So now let's come down. If you want to check out what band are you looking for, you guys can select that. You guys can come here and select this particular option as well. Now let's play this thing, and you guys can hear that the music is kind of distorted. Okay, so you guys can come here and check this one out, and according to yourself, you guys can basically work with this particular option. Okay, so any changes you need to make over here into the audio option, you guys can use the inspector option from your keyboard. And if you come here, if you just go into this option, you guys can actually increase or decrease the decibels. Now, I do have decreased the decibel, and if I come here and if I just play this one, you guys can hear that the audio is very less. Okay, so I will just pause this thing again over here, and the same way I can just increase the volume. Okay, let's come here. Let's keep this thing somewhat around -0. And now if I just play this thing, this one sounds better. And under the mixer option, if I do want to see it, how it actually looks, okay, here you guys can see this is how it basically looks. So if I come here and let me just decrease this one, let's come here, let's just play this one, and this is how it will basically sound or look like. Okay, and from here as well, once you are done working with the audio, let's close down the inspector from here. And if you go to effects here, you guys can see that under audio transition, I do have the crossfade option. Okay, so the crossfade 0 decibel is the default. You guys can come here and maybe put it just over the audio, and it will be applied accordingly. And if you do want to start it slow, okay, in that case, here you guys can see on both the sides of the audio, you do have this white icon. Okay, so if you do want to move it up, let's say you want to just delay this one a bit, let's come here, let's move this one up a little bit as well. Let's come here, let's move this apart, let's come here, let's select this thing. Okay, let's come here, let's try to select this one. Let me just keep this one right over here. And the same way, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here, move this thing one apart, and over here I will just select this whole thing, and let me just place it right over here. Okay, so you guys can basically work on with your audio quite like this. You guys can see it is starting quite slowly. Okay, but whenever it comes to this middle part, it will again play the way it used to be. Okay, so this was about audio transitions. This was about manipulating the audio levels as well. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to work on with audio in DaVinci Resolve. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning more about DaVinci. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 13 where I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to create titles and lower thirds. Okay, so we'll be using text and I'll be showing you guys different options how we'll be able to actually change the values, change the word, whatever you want to put as a text, how you'll be able to change the font color and a lot of things as well. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, if you guys take a look now, I'm here in the workspace. Okay, so this is basically known as the edit page. So the first thing over here to work on with the title, what I'm going to do is let me just import this particular video into my timeline. Okay, so let's come here. Okay, I will just put out this particular video onto my timeline and I don't want any other videos right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put out some titles and show you guys some lower thirds by putting in this same video. Okay, so for that first one, I will just turn off my media pool. Okay, and also I don't want my source monitor. So I will come here, I will select this option to get it only in one screen. Okay, so now I will just close down my mixer as well. And my workspace over here looks quite tidy. Okay, so it totally depends up to you how you do want to keep your workspace. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the effects option, and under effects, if you go to this titles option, here you guys can see that there you do have a lot of titles. Okay, so over here, if you just hover your mouse on top of your text, you guys can see that you do have all of this text option. Okay, so over here you guys can see this is the middle lower third and this is the side lower third. Okay, here is the right lower third, and also there are different options over here. This is the basic text, and over here you guys will be able to do some custom text. Okay, so here there are a lot of options. These are fusion titles over here. Okay, then if you just come down as well, you guys can see a lot of lower thirds and titles option. Okay, so if you so many of this one already do have a keyframe animation. Okay, and about keyframe animation, we are going to talk about it in our next class. Okay, so here you guys can see the fade in and the fade out as well over here. But now for me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose some very basic text. Okay, so I will come here and I will just click on to this text plus option, and I'm going to drag and drop this down right over here. Okay, so I will just put it right over here. And once I do have my text, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the text size. Okay, so I will come here, I will just increase the text size. Let's select the text. And once you have selected the text, you guys can see here, you guys can basically put what kind of text you want. Okay, so the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to uh, write down the text. Okay, so what text am I looking for right over here? So let's think, what can I write? Okay, so let's name this one, or I want to put it as the lower third. Okay, so let's name this one as Bali, Indonesia. Okay, so I will just type this thing down. And once you have done this, okay, once you're happy with the text, what you guys can do is you guys can basically transform this as well. Okay, so if you do want to increase the spacing, you guys can come here, increase the spacing. And now if you do want to give any rotation, if you want to change the x-axis, you guys can come here and do that as well. Okay, so if you do want to transform only the characters, you guys can do that. If you only want to transform words, or if you do have multiple lines, you guys can also do it right from here. Let's go to this layout option again. And under layout option also, you guys can see there are a lot of settings. Okay. Here, if you do want to change the center point of this text, you guys can do that. If you do want to give any kind of rotation to it, you guys can come here, give this thing up rotation. If you want to give out any background color to it as well, you guys can also do that. And also you do have the option of shading. You guys can select the softness, the position, but here I won't be telling you guys about each and every options individually. Okay. So it will take a lot of time, and also you guys might get a bit confused, but I'm telling you guys about the very basic things what you need to know when you're working with title. Okay, so let's come here, let's move on to text, and once you're done with this particular thing, I will just come right over here and I want to change some things up. Okay, so for that I will just close this thing down. Let's say I will come here, or let's say I will just select this text. Let's go with this text option. And from here, now you guys can actually select what kind of font am I looking for. Okay. So right now I do have this simple font. And if I do want to change up the font, you guys can see I do have different kind of fonts and I can check which one looks better. Okay. So I can come here. I can check which font looks better. And also I can select what I want. Okay. Like what is going to be the subcategory of the font. Do I want it as bold? Okay, so it totally depends up to the font I am choosing. Okay, let's see if I go with something bold. Okay, let's come here, let's go down. Okay, and you guys can basically select this text, and also you guys will be able to select the color of the text. Okay, so I will come here, I will just take out this black color and I will just click on OK right over here. Okay, so once you have selected the color, what I can do is I can just select the size of this text as well. Okay, so let's come here, and what you can actually do is I will just come here, delete this. Let's click on enter. And now I want to place it right over here in one side. Okay, so I'll be talking about the tracking as well. So I will just keep it like right like this. And what I can do is I can just check out the tracking. Okay, so I will just decrease the tracking a little bit. Okay, so I'll just decrease the tracking a little bit. And also, if you do want to increase the line spacing between both of these words, you guys can come here, increase the line spacing. If you do want to decrease it, you guys can come here and decrease it as well. Okay, so here you guys can see you do have the V anchor point. Okay, if you do want to activate it, if you do want to keep it on the middle, or if you want to keep it over here on the top, you guys can do that. And also here you guys can see if you do want to bring it down, or here if you do want to bring it on top, you guys can basically do that. Okay, so let's come here, let's go on top. And also here you guys can basically justify these lines. If you do want to, you guys can actually do that over here as well. And also just underneath, you guys can see if you do want to justify the H line, you guys can come here, and also you guys can choose the direction, in what direction you want. And if you do want to actually put up a strikeout to all of this, you guys can come here, put up a strikeout. Otherwise, if you do put up an underline, you guys can come here and you guys can basically put up an underline over here as well. Okay, and here this is the right on effect if you do want to put it as the right on effect, and this is also known as the typewriter effect over here. Okay, so if you do want to select it, at what point you want it to start, at what point you want it to end, you can come here, and let's say if I just choose this one as 2, okay, I can come here, and let's say if I just play this thing up, okay, here you guys will be able to see out the difference as well. Okay, so for that I just need to make sure that I manipulate it quite nicely. So let's come right over here. You guys can just put on all of these keyframes over here, and once you put on those keyframes, it will work better. Okay, so let's go to the layout option. If you want to work with this, you guys can work with that as well. Let's come here, let's turn off the strikeout as well as the underline. Okay, so I will just turn off both of this, and under this here you guys can see I do have these settings. So in settings, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this thing up right over here. Let's say I will just move this thing up a bit, and also I will just move it up here in the y-axis as well. Okay, so now this one basically looks good. So here, this is how it will basically look like. Okay, and also there are different options. Let's go to title. Here you guys can see this is the transform option. If you want to share it, you guys can come here and you guys can share it as well. Okay, so here you guys can see now I am able to share this thing up. And if you do want to share it in the y-axis, you guys can see you are able to share it in the y-axis as well. Let's go back to default. Okay, so I will just go back to default again right over here. Okay, and also you guys can select what is going to be the size. Okay, so if you do want to select the size, if you do want to increase it, you guys can come here and you see how bold it looks. And the same way, if you do want to increase the size from the y-axis, you guys can come here and change it towards the y-axis as well. Okay, so now I will come here and let's just place this one again right over here. And under this, you guys can see there are also a lot of option, a lot of text things which you guys can use as well. And if you do have any subtitle, make sure to put out this subtitle option just anywhere you like. So yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to use text in DaVinci Resolve. Okay. So in next class, we'll learn that how you will be able to do some basic keyframe animation over here. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14 where we'll be doing the keyframe animation. Okay, so in last class we do have learned about how you will be able to actually create text and titles. Here into this particular class we will be learning that how you will be able to animate those according to yourself. Okay, so we'll be learning about all these things over here into this particular class in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the same workspace in which I do have worked on in my last class. Okay, so this is the same project. So now over here, we'll be learning about the keyframe animation. Okay, so you will be able to use keyframe animation in both of this part. Okay, so let's first try with this one. Okay, with the text, let's select the text and let's go to my inspector panel. And once I'm over here in my inspector panel, if you guys take up a look, you guys can see that I do have this small diamond-like structure just beside in most of this option. Okay, so to place these keyframes, okay, to animate anything, we need to make sure first that I do have my playhead in the exact part. Okay, so let's come here. Let's decrease the text size from here. Okay, let's come here and let's just increase this one a little bit. Okay, so I will just increase this one up a little bit. Let's play this thing up and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so I will just keep this one right over here. Let's bring my playhead at the starting, and from the title option, let's go to the settings. Okay, and what you want to do is first, I don't want this particular text to get visible. Okay, so I want it to be visible quite slowly. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is I need to come here into the composite option, and under composite option, I will just decrease the opacity of this text to 0. Okay, so once I do have decreased the text, I will come here and I need to make sure that I click onto this diamond-like structure. Okay, so I do have clicked onto this diamond-like structure over here, and now I will just move down my playhead a little bit. And once I am over here into this particular part, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the opacity again to 100%. Okay, so now if I just play this thing up, this is how it should appear. Okay, so here you guys can see this actually gives you a better uh, view. Okay, so here this is how it will basically appear on your screen. Okay, so this one kind of looks good. If you do want to make any changes, you guys can come here and you guys can make changes accordingly. Okay, so if you do want to see, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just view it according to yourself. Okay, so if you come here and let's say I will just increase it from here, let's come to this track option, and over here you guys can basically increase the track size as well. Okay, so for now I will just decrease the track size to this much. Let's come here, let's go on top, and what you guys can do is let's just decrease the size, okay, of this particular text box, and I will just decrease the size quite accordingly. Let's place it over here. Let's come over here again. And from here, what I can again do is I will select this text, and now let's just play this thing up, and once it will stay like this for somehow, and what I want to do is I just want to move this one over here on top. Okay, so you guys can come here and let's say you want it to move apart. Let's say I want it to basically move it quite over here. Okay, so I will just go back to the same place. I will just keep this thing over here in the center again, and once you are here into this particular part, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I am going to put out a keyframe into this speech option. Okay, so I'm going to put up a keyframe right over here. And when it comes to this particular point, okay, I want to change out the pitch. Okay, so you guys can come here and change the pitch accordingly. Okay, so once you have changed the pitch, what you can lastly do is you guys can basically position this one underneath as well. Okay, so you guys can come here, and now what you guys can do is you guys do have the position right over here, and what I'll do is I will just put out a keyframe into the position, and lastly I will just go and I will just put it down over here. Okay, so let's come here, let's go back, Control Z. So I do have this keyframe already. Now let's move this one up over here at the last, and now I will just change it. So I need to make sure that I am over here into my last frame. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I will just move it right over here. And from here, what I'm going to do is I am going to come here and I'm going to change this thing up. So let's go to the snapping option, and I will just come to this particular part last. Okay, and now I will just change out the position. Okay, so I do have changed out the position as well. Now let's play this thing up. It will kind of appear and disappear like this. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually use this particular option. Okay, and once you're done with text using this particular keyframes, the same thing you guys can actually do with this video footage as well. Okay, so for that, let's come here. Let's say you do want to zoom over here at start. Okay, so I will come here, and what I want to do is at this particular first frame, I do want to zoom it up quite nicely. Okay, so I will come here, and from here now let's just position it quite over here. Let's come here, let's position it. And also now let's just zoom in. Okay. So over here, you guys can basically zoom in. Okay. You guys can come here. Let's zoom in onto this particular point. And now I want to add up a keyframe. And when it basically moves to this particular part, okay, let's come here. Let's turn off the caps. And once it moves right over here, what I'm going to do is I am going to go here and I am going to go back. Okay, so under the zoom option, I will again select this option to go back the way it was. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to play it, let's place this thing again. Let's move my playhead. Let's select this one. And over here, you guys can see I already do have a keyframe. Okay, so I will come here. Let's select this one. Okay, so I will just turn off the transformation option. Let's select this, and now let's click on to the zoom. Let's try to zoom this thing in. Okay, so I will come here. Otherwise, let's come here and let's just zoom out totally. And I will just add up a keyframe over here. And now what I'll do is I will just move few frames apart. And from here, now let's say I will just keep it like right over here. And again, I want to go back. Okay, so let's come here. Let's just zoom back onto the same place, and this is how you guys can actually work. Okay, so now again what I'll do is I will just move this one over here. Let's just place this thing, and what you guys can do is let's decrease the size. Okay, so I will just decrease the size from here, and I do have I already added a keyframe. Let's move it right over here, and I will just select this whole thing into the zoom. Let's put on 1, and now I will just click on enter. And if you do want to change up the rotation, you guys can come here, and let's say I will just go to the rotation option, and I'll just put on 0 as well. And under position, I will just position it quite well. Okay, so let's come here, let's position it quite well. And now let's see, this is how it will look. Okay, and this is how it will basically appear. Okay, so you guys can use this keyframe option in all of this. I have just showed you guys in the simplest way, which is using the zoom and the position option. And for text, I have showed you guys over here. Okay, I have actually used the zoom, position, and also the pitch yawn. Okay, you guys can also use the dynamic zoom. I have already told you guys about the dynamic zoom, but I hope you guys are basically now clear about how you will be able to do animation using keyframes. Okay, so yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class. So I hope to see you all in the next chapter, where we'll be learning more about DaVinci Resolve. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 15, where I'll be showing you guys about color grading in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to color grade into your video in DaVinci Resolve, some of the basic things which you need to know while color grading over here into this particular software. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see that now I'm here in the workspace, or here in the edit page of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so for the thing, what you guys can basically do is you guys can check out all these videos using which you do wanna work. Let's come down. Let's take out this particular video. Okay, let's check this one right from here. If you want to see the preview a little bit, you guys can come here and check the preview. And after that, let's bring this one down over here into my timeline. Okay, so I will come here. I will just bring this particular thing over onto my timeline. Let's place it right over here, and I'll just place it exactly over here onto my timeline. And the total duration of the video, which I do have it here on my screen, is around 9 seconds and 13 frames. Okay, so once you're done with this particular thing, and if you do want to do the color grading from the page here underneath, you need to go here into the color page. Okay, so once you're over here into the color page, you guys can see you will have an interface quite like this. Okay, so if you do want to come here, you guys can see that you do have a lot of options regarding this. Here you guys can see you guys will be able to put on different kind of keyframes. Here you do have the preview window, and after that over here you will be able to do or you will be able to work using the nodes. Okay, so here you guys can see that over here you guys will be able to add different kind of nodes over here. Okay, so if you don't see this kind of interface, you guys can come here, go to your workspace, and you guys can actually reset the UI layout. Okay, so make sure to select the reset the UI layout, which will actually reset your whole workspace back again to the same way. Okay, so let's come over here and let's try to understand that how you're going to work with all of these options. Okay, so here you guys can see here you do have different kind of curves. Okay, so for that, if I come here, let's say I do want to increase the size a little bit. Let's come here, and if you do want to make this one a bit bigger, you guys can come here and make this one up a little bigger as well. Okay, so over here, first thing first, I will come onto the curves option. Okay, and onto the curves option, I'll be doing two things basically. Okay, so first thing first, I will come here and I will just work over here. Okay, so I will come here and basically I will work on color grading first. Okay, so over into this particular footage, what I can do is I can basically put on some color correction over here. And if I right click, if you do want to add any kind of node, you guys can come here and you guys can actually put up another node, and you guys can select this one as the corrector, and there you guys can basically do the color grading. Okay, so the first one is color correction, and afterwards you guys can add another node in which you guys can do your color grading. Okay, so DaVinci is basically known for its ability for color grading because it actually does a higher level of color grading. So for that, as you guys can see, I do have this particular curve right over here. The main thing or the first thing what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to come here and I'm going to add three more values. Okay, let's come here. Let's add one over here, one over here in the exact center, and one at the last. Okay, so now I have selected this one, and what I can do is I will just decrease this one a little bit. Okay, as you guys can see the changes over here. So I will come here and or hold this keyframe and I will just make it a bit dark over here on the side. And what I can do now is I will just increase it a little bit over here, and again I will just make it a bit dark over here as well. Okay, so you guys can come here and check this thing around. Okay, so once you are done with this, I will just pause this thing up again. Let's come here and under the curves option, you guys can see you do have a lot of options as well. Okay, so here you do have the curve. If you do want to add the color match option, and if you do want to see the color wheels, you guys can come here and you guys can check out all these color wheels as well. Okay, so under color wheels here, you guys can see that you do have the temperature. Let's say if you want to come here, if you do want to increase the temperature, you guys can increase the temperature a little bit. Okay, so for that, again, I will just come here onto the graph, and on the graph what I can do is I will just go with a bit darker, and again now I will come here onto my color wheels, and maybe I will just increase the temperature a little bit right over here. Let's go with 280. Okay, so 280 is fine. If you do want to add any kind of tint, you guys can come here and you guys can, let's say, add a 50 tint over here, and you guys can check on to the contrast if you do want to put out any contrast on the sides. Okay, let me put 1 point, and I don't want to put any pivot, but over here if you do want to put out any mid-tone, you guys can come here and you guys can add up a mid-tone as well. Okay, and also, if you do want to increase the saturation, you guys can come here and increase the saturation accordingly. Okay, so I will just increase the saturation. If you want to increase the shadows, you guys can come here and increase the shadows. But for this particular image, I don't want my shadows. Okay, so let's come right over here. If you do want to check out all of these keyframes, or if you do want to check out the scopes, you guys can come here and you guys can actually check out from the scopes as well. Okay, so here you guys can basically give out different color. As you guys can see, this one will actually give you some nice balance between all the colors. Okay, so for lift, what it does, it actually lifts out the color of the whole thing. Okay, but over here into the offset, you guys can see, you guys can actually get it a bit colder. Okay, so I will just go on with the bluish size, and over here in the gain, you guys can come here, and I won't put out much gain. And also under gamma, I will go with something other colors. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically move this one apart as well. Let's come here, let's move this one again over here onto the center. Okay, you guys can come here and you guys can basically go on to with this color. And once you're done, again, what you guys can do is you guys can just go to color match option, otherwise color wheel. And over here, you guys can see that also over here, I do have the high dynamic range color wheels. Okay, so here you guys can work as well. Let's go on to the curves. And once you're over here in the curves, here also what you guys can do is now here you do have the option known as hue versus hue. Okay, so as you guys can see, let's say I want to basically focus onto this red or this maroon color. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a keyframe or a point right over here and another point over here as well. Okay, so over here, if you guys just take a look, you guys can see how it actually changes. Okay, let's come here, and if you do want to work on with the curve, you guys can see I am able to work on with the curve over here. Okay, so once you're done with the hue versus hue, let's come here and let's check the hue versus saturation option. Okay, so I will just turn on the hue versus saturation option. And what I want to do is I just want to focus more. Okay, let's come here and over here now, let's go with this particular color right here. And you guys can actually check how it will basically work. Okay, and if you want to come here, if you do want to delete it, you guys can come here and delete these points as well. Okay, so let's come here. If you just click once, you guys can see the changes. Okay, so let me come over here, and over here also let me add another keyframe. Let's come here and let's put this keyframe right over here, and also this keyframe right over here again. Okay, so once you're done with this part, let's go to hue versus sat. Okay, and from here now I need to choose what color am I exactly looking for. Okay, so over here onto the background, if you guys take up a look, that they do have something like a brown color. Okay, so I can come here and I can just add up a frame over here. And also, let's say I want to add up a frame right over here. So I will just increase this frame a little bit. And what I'll do is I will just decrease the red frame more as well. Okay, so over here, you guys can see I do have a change this particular thing right over here. And once you're done with this particular part, this one looks quite nice. Okay, so if you do want to see it over here in the edit option, you guys can see this is how it used to look, and this is how it looks now, which the image is basically popping out more. So let's go to the color grading, and now let's try to add a node. So let's click on add node and let's go to character, and now I do have added this particular node. So I will just come here, join this particular thing right over here. And again, once you're done with this hue and set, I will come here and now I want to work on with the hue and the luminance. Okay, so for that, again, I will just add a keyframe right over here, another keyframe over here again. And now let me just decrease it right from here. Okay, let me go with a bit darker. Okay, so here you guys can see the tone over here is actually decreasing as well. Let's come down a little bit, and here you guys can see how it actually looks. Okay, so once you're done with that as well, let's go to the loom and stat. Okay, so under the loom and stat option, what I will be able to do is I will come here, and from here I need to focus on the dark zone and also the lighter zone. Okay, so I will add both these keyframes over here. First, let me just focus on the darker side. Okay, so I will just increase the darkness in my image, and what I'll do is I will just decrease the whiteness of my image a little bit. Okay, so over here now again, let's go to the edit photo, and here you guys can see this is how it will look. Okay, so let's go to the color grading option again. Okay, so from the color grading option here, you guys can see you do have the saturation versus saturation. You do have the luminance versus saturation. Okay, so I won't overuse all of these things up. Okay, so I'm not trying to use overuse all these things over here. And what you can do is you guys can just place both of these things side by side. Let's come here. Let's place both of these things side by side, which looks quite great. And if you don't want to zoom into this clip, you guys can come here and basically zoom into this node area over here as well. Okay, so once you are done with this particular part, what you guys can also do is you guys can actually go here, and let's say I just want to see this clip and I want to work with the LUTs right now. Okay, so you guys can check what kind of LUTs are you looking for. Okay, so you guys can come here and you guys can basically check all these LUTs. If you do want to put out any LUTs over here, you guys can also do that. Otherwise, you guys can just right click and you guys can go to LUTs and basically put the LUTs from here as well. Okay, so over here there is adding node option. Over here there are a lot of things which you guys can use over here. So let's say if I just come here, apply this one. Let's say if I come here and if I just apply this particular thing as well. Otherwise, let's go to this data to video option. And over here, you guys can see there are a lot of options which you guys can basically use. Okay, so you guys can come here and use those things up. Okay, so for now, I'm not trying to apply this once. Okay, so for that, you guys can basically come here. You guys can check that do you have any favorite LUTs or not. Okay, so if you do have any favorite LUTs, you guys can come here and add those as well. So now again, let's go to the curve, and here you guys can see that I do have this custom curve option, and let's just add few of these things up. And what you guys can do is you guys can basically work on with these frames. Okay, so let's select this one, and over here you guys can see that I am able to work on with this particular frames right over here. Let's put it right here, and once you're done, you guys can basically save. Okay, so if you want to see before and after of this image, now this one looks more popped up. Okay, so I do have added this keyframe which I will just undo. Okay, so I will come here and let's say I will just undo this particular part, and I can basically find out balance between that. Let's come here, let's just delete this. Let's come here, I will just right click over here and also towards this frame. Okay, I will just come here and I want to just apply some right color. So let's come here, let's apply this over here. And also if you come here, if you want to go to the gallery, if you want to upload anything, you guys can come here and do these things as well. And also if you just go to this effects option, and under effects, if you want to search, and let's go with the vignette, and from here I can basically apply this vignette over here as well. Okay, so for that you guys can come here and you guys can just apply the vignette option over here. Let's say I will come here and I want to add it right onto this particular frame. Okay, so I do have added the vignette over here into the second frame, and what I can do is I can just click on to the basic option, and now I will just decrease the vignette size. Okay, so let me just go with 0.8 and let's click on enter, and now you guys can actually select the softness as well. Okay, so let's come here and let's just take out the softness as 0.75. Let's click on enter, and here you guys can see I do have applied vignette over here as well. Okay, so once you are done, you do have applied LUT as well. Okay, you do have applied all those things. If you want to check out the note color, if you do want to change it, you guys can come here and you guys can change the note color over here as well. Okay, and if you guys do have used any other software before, okay, you guys know that here this is the composition mode, especially if you do have used the Photoshop. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood a basic about how you will do color grading, how you will put different kind of effects inside that. Okay, so this one is basically the color correction page. Okay, so if you do want to turn it off, you guys can come here and you guys can turn it off as well. But once you come here, and let's say I will just come here and link this one with this spacing as well, here you guys can see how the color basically pops up. Okay, so this is the before and this one is the after. Okay, so let's come here, and if you do want to match, okay, you guys can come here and you guys can just match frames. Okay, so here this is how it used to look before, and this is how it used to look now after you did the color grading. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next chapter where I'll be showing you guys how to export your file once you're done with each and everything. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 17, where I'll be showing you guys once you are done working with each and everything, you need to export your file. So I'll be telling you guys how you will be able to do that the most efficient and the best way possible in this particular software. So let's not waste time and let's get started. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, this is basically the home page of the DaVinci Resolve. So from here, I will choose out any project. Let's say I want to choose this video effects project and I want to import that as well. Okay, so let me just open this thing up. And as you guys can see, I do have different clips in all of these tracks. And now I want to export it. Okay, so I have done about the fusion, I have done the color grading, we do have talked about how you'll be able to adjust these audios. Lastly, once you're done with each and everything, you need to go and export this file. Okay, so if you do want to save the file, okay, so if you have used any other video editing software like Adobe Premiere Pro, so in that case you guys can go to file. If you guys go to save as, it will just save the project. But here what it will do, it will just save the project into this DaVinci Resolve itself. Okay, not into your PC. If you do want to save the working file, you need to go to export and you need to select what you want to export. Do you want to export the timeline? You guys can export the timeline, or do you want to export the whole project? You guys can come here, export the whole project to save this thing up for later management. Okay, so this was about saving, and now let's go to this deliver page, which is there at last, which is used for exporting your footage. Okay, so here you guys can see there are different options which you guys can basically use if you directly want to upload your video into your YouTube account, and also they'll be showing you at what pixels you do want to upload it. Do you want to upload it in a 720p? Do you want to upload it in a 1080 or into 1440p? Okay, you do have all of these options. If you do have your Vimeo account, you guys can upload your video into your Vimeo account, into your Twitter, into a TikTok. If you do want to save it in your Dropbox, or if you do want to upload it directly into the Final Cut Pro, okay, which is another video editing software by Mac, then you guys can actually do that from here. Okay, so there are a lot of options. If you want to upload a MP4 file, you guys can come here and select the H.264 option. Okay, so let's try to talk about all these options available over here. So the first thing what you need to do is you need to come here and select the file name. Okay, at what name do you want to select, or do you want to export your file? Let's name this one as the video effects for now. And also you guys will be able to choose at what location are you going to save this. So for that, I will go into my browse option. I will click onto the browse option. Let's go to my desktop. Otherwise, let's come here. Let's go to my PC. Let's go to my E drive. And from here, I will just select this option. Let's go to large icons and I want to save this file as the video effects. Okay, so I will just click on to save and it will be saved on my resource file. And also they are basically asking me that as I do have multiple clips over here, do I want to save or render each and everything as an individual clip, or do I want to do it as a single clip? Okay, so for now, I want to do it in a single clip. I can actually adjust the audio over here as well, the way I want. You guys can check out the file type. Here you guys can see what is the disk space and how much the disk space used after rendering. Okay, so I will just go to video. I can select at what format I do want it. Okay, I can come here. Let me select the format, which is the MP4 format. I will come here, I will save or export the video in MP4 format over here. And the codec I will choose as H.264. Okay. And also I will keep the encoder as auto. And after that, you guys will be able to select at what range you want your resolution to be. Okay. So by default, it was 1920 into 1080, which was there already by default in my project settings. Okay. You guys can do that. And also, if you do want to change the frame rate, you guys can come here, change the frame rate. If you do want any keyframes automatically, you guys can come here, work with that. You guys can see this is the ICQ quality, which I won't be talking about much because that are not that necessary. Okay, so let's come here and under advanced settings, you guys can see that you guys can actually select the aspect ratio. Okay, and if you do want it in a cinemascope, you guys can do that. You guys can see the color space tag, the gamma tag as well. So I will come here, I will just close this thing down, the advanced setting option. And if you do have any kind of subtitles, you guys can come here and you guys can actually check out the subtitle settings as well. Okay, so what format you are putting your subtitle as, and how do you want to export this thing as well. So I will come here, I will just close this thing down again. And once you are done with this part, the next thing what you need to do is you need to come here and click on add to render queue. And before rendering, you need to make sure that you check each and everything one more time. Okay, because if you are not able to export the exact file, all of your effort which you do have put while editing the video have gone into vain. Okay, so again, you need to do again that particular hassle. So to avoid all of this, make sure to check twice any of your work. Okay, so now let's click on to add to render queue option. And over here, once I do have clicked on add to render queue, you guys can see that onto the right hand side corner here on top under the render queue, I do have this particular video. So if I don't want to do this thing with multiple clips, I can come here and I can do it with multiple clips. Okay, so if you do want to change anything, if you do want to save the render job, I will come here, I will just cancel this one now, and I can have multiple footages, and I will just click on save. And once you're done, I will just click on render all and it will basically be saved into my resource file. Okay, so let me just click on render all when it will get rendered. So over here, as you guys can see that now I am done rendering this file. Okay, so once I'm done, again, I can just go back onto my edit page. And if I do want to see the footage, okay, let's come here. Let's go to my file. And from here, what I need to do is I need to go into my resource file. So for that, I'll go to this PC. Let's go to my E drive. And from here, let's come to this image and let's go to the videos option. And under videos, you guys can see I do have a lot of videos, but let's come here. Let's just go on to this. And here you guys can see this video is being saved in an MP4 format. Okay, so let's double click. Let's check this video out over here. Okay, and over here you guys can see this is the video which I do have basically edited and I do have exported as well. So now let's close it down. And yeah, I hope you guys do have understood this class on how you will be able to export your video. Okay. So I hope this whole tutorial was quite helpful for you. And now if you're getting started with DaVinci, it will be quite easier for you to understand how this basic software actually works. Okay. So take care, everyone. Keep on practicing DaVinci Resolve and keep on knowing more about video editing. Take care, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve tutorial. So now we are on our class project where I'll be showing you guys how you will be able to create up a lower third for your video. Okay, so as this is the class project one, first I'll be showing you guys the steps, what all you need to follow. Then we'll move on to DaVinci and see how it's done. So let's see what are the steps we need to follow. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, the name of the class project is creating a lower third in your video. Okay, so here I do have a description and outcome which you guys can refer. Okay, but for me, I will directly go on to the steps. Okay, so step one is create a new project and import your media. Okay, and step two is drag your footage into the timeline. Step 3 is you need to go to the effects library and choose text from the title option. And step 4 is position your text accordingly. Step 5 is adjust all the values of the text. And step 6 is lastly you need to save the file and upload it in our project panel. Okay, so now let's move on to DaVinci and see how it's done. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, this is the home page of the DaVinci Resolve. So the first step is creating a new project. Okay, so once I do have created a new project, let's go to my media page. And from here now, let's import my media. Okay, so over here, you guys can see I do have imported this media right over here as well. Now let's go to the edit page over here. And from the edit page, what you're going to do is you are going to come or let's come here and let's try to select this particular footage and let's bring it over here onto my timeline. Okay, so once I do have put this particular thing over onto the timeline, let's zoom to fit here it in the timeline. Okay, and after that I'm going to put out text or I want to put out some lower thirds over here. So for that I need to go to the effects library, and from effects library let's close down the media pool, and from here I need to go on to the titles option. Okay, so from the title option I will come here, and if I do want to put out any kind of lower third, here you guys can see I have this left lower third option. Okay, so I will come here, I will just put out this lower third frame just on top, and after that once I will select this one, let's go to my inspector panel, and from the inspector panel let's put out my text. Okay, so from here I will just put out the first text, let's say Emma. Okay, so I will just put Emma over here. Let's come to this particular place and I will just write Emma Watkins. Okay, so I will just name her as Emma Watkins over here. And what I can do is I can just select the type of text. Let's come here, let's select this marker and let's delete this one. And once I have applied this, let's come here and now I will just select this one and I will try to select what kind of font am I looking for. Okay, so let's take this one. And after that, what I can do is I will just select the bold and now I will just select the color. Okay, so I will just select this color over here and I will click on OK over here as well. Let's come down, and also you guys can actually increase the size accordingly. Let's say I want to go with 50. Okay, So let's come here 50. Let's click on enter. And yeah, this is kind of too small. Let's say 75 and let's click on enter. Okay. So once I do have applied this, what I can do is I can actually select the tracking as well. Okay. So how do I want to track and where do I want to put this anchor point? Let's come here and let's position this one in one side. Okay, let's position this one and let's just move this down a little bit as well. Okay, let's come here, and if you do want to use any other thing, let's say if you want to come here, let's type over here CEO of ABC and go. Okay, so I will just name this one right over here. And also the same way, I will just change up the color to black color. Let's click on OK over here. And now I will just change this font color to 50 or let's say 60 over here. So I'll just put on 60, and also I will try to select the bold option. Okay, so I will select the bold option. Let's come down and let's decrease the positioning. Okay, so let's come here, and also what I'll do is I will just position it over here in one particular side. Okay, so once you are done with this particular thing, if you want it to be more visible, you guys can come here and you guys can actually change out the stroke, or if you do want to add any kind of background, you guys can come here and you guys can actually change the background over here. Let's click on OK. And if I just click on OK, let's come to this particular option. And if you do want to put out any kind of stroke or any kind of boxes, you guys can also do that right over here. If you want to put out any outline width and stuff, you guys can come here and you guys can actually put out the width. You guys can select what is going to be the height in the background. Let's come here and let's go with a white color, and I will just click on OK. And also you guys can actually come here. Let's try to select the color and I will click on OK over here. Okay, and now let's try to select this background. Okay, so I will come here, and now if you do want to use it, you guys can come here and use it accordingly. Okay, so if you do want to place it somewhere onto this side as well, okay, you guys can come here and just turn it or move it onto this side over here as well. Okay, so for that, again, I will come here, I will just change up the color. Let's go with something white. Okay, so I will come here and let's try to go with some white color. Let's click on OK over here. Otherwise, let's go right over here. Let's select this. Let's click on OK over here. And also on top, the same way, what I'll do is I will come here. Let's go with white color and I will just click on OK. So once you're done with this particular part, this is how you guys can actually create your lower third over here. Okay, and let me just play this thing up. Let me just place it right over here, and let me just play this one, and this is how it will basically appear. Okay, so once you're done with this thing, let's go to file option and you guys can just export this particular file. Okay, so if you do want to export and if you do want to save this whole thing up, let's go to deliver option from here, and under deliver option, let's change the file name to lower third. Okay, so I will name this one as lower third, and I will just add this into the render queue. Okay, so I will come here and I will click on OK. And over here under the browse option, I will go to my desktop and I will try to save it here in my PC. Let's go to E drive, and from here I will go to file and I will name this one as CC1, which is class project 1, and I will just save this thing one up. Okay, and over here onto the format, let me choose the MP4 format and I'll just add this one to my render queue and I will render this thing up. So yeah, I hope to see you all in the next class, and I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your work into our project panel. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. Hello, everyone. So now this is the time for our class project, and this is the class project 2, where we'll be doing animation using keyframes. Okay, so let's see what are the steps we need to follow first. So over here on my screen, as you guys can see, the name of the class project, which is doing animation using frames. Well, I do have an description and an outcome over here, but for me, I will directly move on to the steps. So step 1, create a new project and import your media files. Step 2, drag your footage into the timeline. Step 3, go to the inspector panel. And step 4, adjust the values accordingly. And step 5 is add keyframes to the timeline. And lastly, you need to save the file and upload it in our project panel. Okay, so now let's move on to DaVinci and see how to do keyframe animation. So over here, you guys can see this is the home page of the DaVinci. So what I'll do is I will just come here and I will just create a new project first. Let's go to my media pool. Let's come here and let's just import all of this media over here. Okay. So once you're done, let's go to my edit page. Okay. In the DaVinci. And from here, I will come to my edit page. Let's turn off the effects option. Let's turn on the media pool. And from here, what I'm going to do now is I am going to add on some keyframes. Okay. So for that, I will first try to take out any of this footage. Let's say I want to take out this footage, which I have over here, and I will just place it right over here. And now what I want to do is I want to put on some keyframes to this footage. Let's select this particular footage. And what I want to do is I just want to zoom in, okay, at first. So for that, I will just add up a keyframe right over here. Okay, so I'll just add up a keyframe right over here. Let's just move the position over here on top as well. Okay, let's come here. Let's move it right somewhere over here. And now once you do have applied this thing, okay, so I will come here, and once I have this particular keyframe, what I'm going to do now is I am going to move my playhead. Okay, so I'm going to move my playhead right over here into this particular part. And again, what you're going to do is you are going to go back. Okay, let's say I want to go 1, and I will just click on enter, and also I will just position it quite right. So I'll just come here and position it quite well over here, and let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so over here now, if you do want to work with this particular frame as well, let's just move on to the y-axis a little bit. Okay, so I will just move on to the y-axis, and over here into the y-axis also I will just put up a keyframe. And again, let's come on to this particular place. Okay, so over here again I will just change this one. Okay, so let's come here, let's just place it right over here. So now let's see up the preview of how it actually works. Okay, so this is how it will basically work right over here. Okay, and if you do want to move on more frames, you guys can come here and you guys can basically move on more frames over here, and this is how it will basically work. Okay, so you guys can basically apply this thing over onto the frame. Okay, and also if you want to do the cropping, let's say I will just come right over here, let's just play this thing. Here you guys can see it zooming out and it's actually going with the same value. And now once I come right over here into this particular frame, what I'll do is I will just turn on this cropping option. And from this cropping option, now let's say I will just turn this crop left option on. Okay, and once I am over here onto the last frame, okay, what I'll do is I will just crop left totally. Okay, so I will just crop this total thing out. Now let's see how it actually looks. And here you guys can see this is how it will basically appear, and now it will just slowly go off. Okay, so this is how it actually works. And once you're done, what you can do is you guys can go to file and save this thing up. So this is how you guys can actually use keyframe animation and do some animation using this particular keyframes right over here. Okay, let's go to the deliver option. And from the deliver option, let's name this one as CC2, okay, which is the class project 2. Let's go to browse option. And from the browse option, I am going to go to this PC. Let's go to the E drive. And from here, I will select this one. And let's save this file, and under format I will make sure that I do have it in a MP4, and let's add it over here into my render queue. Okay, so I hope you guys do have understood, and I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your project that I can view it and get back to you guys. So take care everyone, keep on practicing DaVinci Resolve.